All right, how's everyone doing? Getting a little bit of a slow start. All right. Let's jump. I was just gonna do, you know what? I've been super busy, so I figured I would just do a chill stream with Twitch alerts. I was working to have some stuff ready for the Null Cloud this morning, but decided not to kill myself last night. I'm getting stuff prepared, so I decided to just take it easy. We have a lot of stuff planned for next week, so no reason to hurt ourselves. I'm also trying to update in the background. Last time we did this was not great, but we're testing that fiber internet. We're testing that fiber internet. All right. So yeah, we'll just do a little bit of Rust and Twitch alerts. So we have a couple things that we need to do. So the UI needs fixed, which we'll probably save that till later. So almost all of next week, I'm not going to use Twitch alerts because as much as I appreciate anything that you do next week, we're going to be saving that material for YouTube. So, you know, I don't want the Twitch alerts coming up on the video. So yeah, anyways, let's jump into it. Okay. Let's see. One of the things is we don't handle everything. And so I wanted to walk through where that pipeline that handles the different alerts and at least handle a few that happen, like bits. Now, maybe we do something better for bits in the future, but let's handle it at least. Go ahead. Are you still going to store events in the database? Yes. Why are you asking? Why do you care if I store the events? Okay. So the events will still happen and they'll still be stored in the database. I'm just not going to display their sound and thing on the stream during the database day. So on Friday, we're doing a huge stream called Database Day. I have a bunch of guest speakers to talk about database things. And during that, you know what? It would have been really great in Foresight to be able to enable like a queue. So I could just pause the queue and then have times to play the queue. I don't have that ability. I don't have that ability. Do we try to put that ability in? That would be the right thing to do. Now, where do we do that though? Where do we do that? The things will still be saved. So if when we get them on the database, they'll still be there. Or like when we get them on the website of supporters and stuff, the Twitch alerts will still be there. But let's see. I just wanted a stream life canvas. All right. So basically, we have a back end and a front end. So we have this back end app. We have our front end app. And we have our the actual front end. If we wanted to have a queue that we could pause, the front end already has a queue. So it kind of seems to make sense to pause it in the front end. But the weird thing is, hey, how are you doing? The weird thing with that is this is just on the browser on whatever's streaming it. So that feels a weird place to pause it, to be honest. That just feels like a weird place to pause it. Now maybe we re-architect this, and this is where we're not going to get this done. And not going to get this done by Friday, I don't think. This is the queue. The QE. And the QE shouldn't have been in the front end. So right now, the front end drives its queue. And this was a mistake. So this queue kind of drives what it's displaying, and it waits, and front end is this. And this just pushes messages to it. What we should have done, if this is how it works now, we should have made the front end a dumb client. If somebody says HTMX, I'm going to be angry. We should have made the front end a dumb client or HTMX, because that might have worked really well here. The queue should exist here. And so the back end is going to, it's going to do the AI stuff. It's going to generate all the stuff, and then it's going to funnel it towards the front end app. The front end app can build the queue and then can drive the front end. And the front end is purely, maybe this makes sense to be an HTMX app. I hate HTMX. This is a WebSocket. No polling. So basically, as it works right now, we push things to the front end, and as it gets it, we just shove it into the queue. Yeah. I actually think that I've just argued myself into making this an HTMX app. This would be super convenient, because then we could have an endpoint here that just disables a flag to disable events, because it's the backend service. It's the API. Sorry, I just got sawdust. I realized that I have sawdust on my shirt too, because I was cutting some using the saw this morning. Well, and I have it in my eye. I'm pretty sure. But like I said, I don't have the time to do this. So next week, we're just going to disable it. But then maybe we can work on overhauling the Twitch alerts to look like this. Now, we don't have to make this. My argument would be we don't actually have to make this HTMX, because we could still just use the WebSocket and just push a message when we want it displayed, and push, just have the back end drive the front end, which is how it should be. This is probably bad, and just because I was just messing around. The back end should really be driving the front end. So maybe we start working towards this. Whether we do HTMX or not, we're gonna rework the front end back end to have a queue, and we'll work through it. I actually think maybe HTMX makes sense, and this would be a good project to do on stream, get our thoughts. Yeah, we'll see. Also, the other thing that we need to do, Rust workspace dependencies. There's a workspace dependency feature with common dependencies. And I forget what it's called, and I forget how to use it. And I did a stream with it on the news. It's all implemented. It should just be in the RFC, right? Let's just go pull the RFC. Where's... Oh, this is the RFC. Yes? No. This is not the RFC. This is just a tracking issue. Where's the RFC? There we go. RFC. This RFC was a duplicate. What's the main one then? Drop the thing that closed it as a duplicate should have a link to it, right? Oh, the feature is called duplicate. What? Thank you. Thank you. My mind's not in it this morning. Okay. It's a... Oh gosh, I was like, what? I'm too used to Stack Overflow, okay? It's got me trained. It's got me trained. I was like, the answer's not gonna be here. I'm an idiot. All right. And this is why I'm getting experts to talk about databases and not myself. Okay, let's see. I just want a quick how-to. So it's just, let's view this as a view file. There we go. Guide level, that's what I wanted. Okay, the workspace section can now have a dependency section, which works the same way as the dependency section in the cargo toml. Oh, it's just workspace.dependencies. My goodness. Okay, let's do this. Because we have a ton of ick. You know what? Let's do this. Oh my goodness, it needed a password. This is what kills me. Sometimes the update takes so long that then it dies on needing a password, and I had been ignoring it. Something funky was happening there though. So auto jump install might need to restart my terminal. It doesn't matter. Okay, let's see. Let's see. We're gonna go into the monolith here to its cargo. There's a few things that I know off the top of my head. And then we can just go cargo. Oh, this is not my normal cargo. Straight cargo, and then we can do I guess just here. Workspace, and it's just dependent. Just like that? I think so. Not like that. Okay. Now, we're going to take, let's see. Actually, almost all of these should be, I'm trying to think. Anyhow is a yes. SQLX is a yes. This is really only used in the CLI, but I'm going to say it's a yes. Twitch API is a yes. Clap is really only used in the CLI, but I'm going to say it's a yes. I'm almost thinking all of these should be the exact same, because right now they're all built into the same project. So if they use them, yeah. I think. The only thing I'm probably going to leave is the Twitch OAuth stuff and the Twitch types overrides. I know that I have them over here as well. But I think, yeah, I think I'm just going to do that. Actually, do I just do these two? I think maybe I try that. Let's try it. Let's just take this and then see if it builds. Let's do this. All right, so we'll just paste that there. I guess we can delete these. All right, let's proceed with that installation. That's what I wanted to do last time. Sources are ready. Skipping build. Good. Glad you could do that. All right. All right. So let's just. Oh, maybe I do. Oh, you're right. Right. Oh, I have to include everyone as this. Okay. Let's do that. We shouldn't have deleted. Let's just. Oh gosh. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Undo that. Let's go back over here. Let's. That was too much. Just yank that. I think. Okay. And then we can just paste that in, and now I'm gonna try to Vim this. We want to paste this everywhere. So I'm going to copy that. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do $, paste. That didn't work. Why do I have a return? Why is there a... What? Oh, because I went to the very end. Why is this? Do I need to go one back? Okay. Well, okay. So I got it. Now, if we go back here and we just hit period, that did not work. I wanted $, backspace, paste. And of course I have something new in my buffer. Fantastic. I just wanted this. All right, I can't Vim it. What am I doing wrong here? Shift P. Okay, so $, Shift P. And now I should be able to period, right? Because it will just repeat what I did. No. Okay, period is not working for me today. I thought period just redid whatever I did. In the last insert. I'm never going into insert, am I? Oh, that's probably the problem. Period is just I think period just repeats the last insert. No, P doesn't count as a modification. Oh, okay. This one probably wouldn't work because these are probably actually new lines. So if we do $, yeah. This isn't gonna work on this one. So now we can do Shift P. Yeah. So now we can do $, P. We can just do that. $, P. Okay. Undo. Oh, I could match around the curly braces on these. It's just these that I couldn't. You're right. You're right. Okay. Okay. I didn't think quotes worked. Do quotes work? Because they don't have a right and a left. I thought it was only things that had right and lefts. I'm probably very wrong. Also, I've never used MA, but MA doesn't work. Helix. Okay. In this, it's VA, right? A V would match around. I think is what you're wanting to do, like VA curly brace, and then I can paste. VA. I'll try the quotes. Yeah. That kind of didn't work. I need to paste without overwriting my current buffer. Oh, wait. It's what is the current buffer? Because you can always pull from the copy buffer. Vim pull from copy buffer. I want to, because every single time I do this, it's overriding the buffer, but there's like two separate buffers, right? Vim paste from copy buffer. We can use the P and Control R in normal and command, however, it might be more convenient to use the Control Shift V hotkey. Does which key not show you which registries? Well, I don't think so, because as soon as I press P, it right. So I can yank this, but as soon as I hit P, it pastes. Let's see. I said buffer. I think it's registry. Control Shift C will yank the text into plus register and be available for pasting outside of Vim. Pasting from the default register. Okay. Vim paste from copy register. I didn't know it was called register. The plus register is the system. Okay, so how do I use the plus register? So if I do VA, I can't do this one, but if I have this selected and I want to paste from so like right now I can paste because that's in it. Now, if I want to do the same here, so we'll just do VA curly braces. Now, how do I do that? I have yanked it previously. Previously, I yanked this. But now it's the other thing, and I want to yank from, or I want to paste from that copy buffer, one that's not going to get overridden. All reference. So you're saying I do 0. Okay. That didn't work. That didn't work. Let's try it again. VA curly braces. Shift. Oops. I'm hitting the keys wrong. Stop. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. There we go. Oh, that was just a user error. So let's see. Okay, so I have this. So now we hit this, and then we hit 0. And then we hit P. Almost worked. Almost worked. Oh, just use 0p? Oh, okay. Okay. Let's try this again. VA curly braces 0p. Wait. Oh man. Oh man. That did. Okay, let's yank this just for funsies one more time. We're just gonna yank this, and then we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go VA curly brace 0p. 0 is selecting the whole thing. Wait, did I see that correctly? All right, 1 second. VA curly brace 0. Yeah, 0's not doing it. You can't do the 0. Oh, that's what I was doing. I was doing that. Okay, that's what I was doing. Okay. I that's what I was doing originally, and then you guys you said to not do that, or at least I understood it that way. All right, VA curly brace, double quote 0p. Yeah. Okay. I can't say that this is a it feels obtuse to me. Double quote 0p. Yeah, I missed the quote. I missed the quote. I missed the quote. Let's see. Double quote 0p. All right. I just like to keybind Shift P to paste from the system clipboard. Oh, that's an idea. I was gonna say, this is probably one of the most annoying things that I have found about Vim. If I had to put a finger on it, is the copy buffers. It's like, I understand where it could be like super powerful, but I feel like that power should be something you configure in. So like, if you wanted all of these different buffers and to leverage them, those things, that should be something like you program in, not by default. I feel like, but I'm not the Vim expert, obviously. Okay, let me try this some more. So we have a curly braces, so we'll do around. We'll do our curly braces. Done. I know we're getting a extra line return, and it's okay. I'm not even gonna try to fix that at this point. I have bigger fish to fry. Okay. This is at least usable. I feel like I would have been done in VS Code. I would have been done with a mouse. Just so everyone's aware, I would have been done a long time ago. Okay. I know. Heresy. Sometimes I like to say I know it's not this word, but I always want to say heretical things. I don't know if you follow English, that's how it should be, but that's not how it is. There are no hereticals. Macros. I don't know what macros are. I thought Vim just solved your problems. I thought Vim motions had all of these things ready to deal with for you. Is that not true? Are you saying that you have to program more than Vim motions? Vim motions itself isn't enough? Is that what you... That's the heresy. You're saying Vim motions? V-A curly brace, double quotes, 0P isn't enough for you? Is that what you're saying? My goodness. Who's the heretic now? Dude, a mouse is easier for that because you just click shift in, paste. I don't know. And then you can go down with the arrow keys. I'm not sure. All right, what's a macro? What's a macro? Let's do this. Let's do a macro. Vim macro. The basic workflow of a Vim macro consists of recording your commands and keystrokes while doing the edits required to solve the problem on the first line, saving the command sequence to a register, and then replaying that macro to do the same thing on the remaining lines. To record a macro and save it to a register, type the Q followed by the letter A to Z that represents the register to save the macro. Can I save it to the Q macro so I can just QQ? I don't know if that works. Followed by all the commands you want to record, and then type the key Q again to stop recording. That could get confusing. We'll use W. Okay. Q, W, commands, Q again. Okay. Let's try this. So Q, W register. We're going to let's see. Now I'm nervous. V, A. I hit W. Okay, escape. No, stop recording. Okay, that was dumb. I screwed up. Q, W. Okay, now we're recording. V, A, around, double quotes, 0, paste. Why didn't that work? All right, stop recording, undo. Let's yank this again. Okay, so we type Q, we type W, we do V, A, curly brace to get the around, double quotes, 0, paste, then type Q again. And now that will work for all of these. So wait, I don't know how to use it again. For example, to record a basic macro. Okay, Wait, how do I use it? How do we use it? You're not telling me how. All right, but how do I use it? So I just press W? No, W is a word. You can't just press W. You have to, oh, wait. Do I do the double quotes W? No. At W. Oh, at W. Okay. That's what I needed. At W. Yep, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Macros are dumb. I zeroed my change? How did I zero my change? What did I do? Because I followed the instructions. I yank this. QW. VA around 0 paste. Then I hit Q again. All right, and now you're saying at W. Okay. We fixed it. At W. All right. Maybe I screwed it up. Maybe it was me. Actually, I should be able to do it right here, right? At W, since I do around. Yeah. Okay, cool. These, I guess, are at W2. At W. Yeah. I know I could get to the front of that faster, but you know what? I'm not worried about it, so don't... And these will be fine. Or should be. All right. Cool. Now we got to just update these. We just got to update these. We're gonna macro this again. So we're going to QW V $ back 1 double quotes 0p. Oh, beautiful. Q, and then we can just at W here. At W. Oh my goodness. At W. Oh, look at that. I'm like macroing like a pro since you know, I'm not gonna say it, but Vim motions aren't enough. All right, sorry. I've been ignoring Twitch because I've been thinking really hard, okay? Sorry. Stop using... Wait. Stop using... you guys said that I needed to use double quote 0. Why do I need to stop using it? Yank into a register? Oh yeah, VA should have worked inside too. I didn't think about that. You're absolutely right. Let's actually test that. But I mean, it should. Yeah, I mean, it does. Of course, it does. So VA. Whoa, I don't know what I did there. VA. No, it does not. It does not. It doesn't. No, it does. I must have mishit a key, which is very likely because curly braces, if you notice there's a pause when I type curly braces right now, it's on a different layer than the home layer because of the small keyboard. And so I have to pause to think about how to hit a curly brace because it's not normal right now for me. Yeah. Okay, so it's a key combo. Okay, cool. Awesome. Also use your navigation to inside micro like F. Oh, okay. Do people just build up a bunch of macros? By the way, you can use patch instead of outright changing your dependencies to get ones. If, for example, you want to use a specific bug fix for a depend. Oh, okay. That was a good call. I'm already down this path. Justice, I'm already down this path. We're good. But thanks for the good call out. All right. Yes, we can. Why don't we do it? What are you saying yes, we can to? I've said a lot of stuff. Sorry, there's a delay. There's a delay in my head and in Twitch chat, so. Oh, I'm not having macros recursively call macros. That sounds terrible, right? Oh my goodness, that sounds terrible. I think that sounds recursive Vim macros. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, let's not do that. Let's see if this builds. Cargo build. Sounds like you've never streamed in front of people, have you? Does not sound like fun. That was not fun for me. I don't know about you guys. That's pain and suffering. Oh, do you stream? Do you pick the thing that you know the least about and then stream that? That's what I do sometimes. One step away from implementing RISC-V via Vim macros. Yeah, I think I would prefer doing assembly than Vim macro programming. All right, let's see. What do we want to do? This is not what we want to do. We should be able to cargo build this. Failed to load manifest for workspace member monolith caused by failed to load manifest for AI member service. Manager service, not member service. I'm having a really rough day reading today. Caused by failed to read AI manager service cargo. What the? Uh-oh, did I screw something up in here? AI manager service is here? I mean, obviously I screwed something up here. Oh, you know what? Do I need to be on 2024? I might not be on the latest edition, right? There's a new edition. Editions of Vim. Or not of Vim, of Rust. I need to maybe update my toolchain too. What are the additions? Is 2021 might be the last one. Okay. Thanks, Cypher. I appreciate it. It's a little nerve-wracking. Not gonna lie. It's a little nerve-wracking. Quite a bit nerve-wracking, but okay, so for some reason it doesn't like, oh gosh, it got paused on the stupid freaking password. I forgot about it. Okay, so for some reason it's not liking this anymore. My edition, I think, is the latest, 2021. We can check the other cargos to make sure that they're all 2021 cargo messages. Yeah, I think let's see, Twitch listener service 2021. Okay. You can also edition workspace equal true. 2024 isn't out yet? Okay. I'm figuring we have a typo. The weird thing is, it's saying it can't find this, and that hasn't changed. So the only things that changed were this. Oh, wait. 1 second. I think I might know. Let's jump into here. Did I at workspace? Yeah, I screwed this up. Because this is going to go back to, thank you. This shouldn't go back, because it's actually just here, right? So it should just be this. Ooh, if I could type. It should just be this, right? That almost did what I wanted. Almost. Builder, wait, what? I have Karog. Cargo, build, bin, monolith. There we go. Okay. Cool. Okay. So we're building. Nice. Karog. Gotta Karog it every once in a while. I'm not gonna use that as an adjective. I'm not gonna use that like that ever again. I promise. I'm sorry. Okay. Too many warnings? Yeah, so this is actually... I'm fine with these warnings. So all of these are about things that we don't support yet. So these are specifically the type of, like, we don't support raid yet and V1 and channel update yet. So like these are all of the events that we don't support yet. So it's I don't know. It's fine for me. Didn't know that. Did you see this in the doc? Let's what doc did you find? Because I'm just on the RFC. So if you found a better doc, let's see. The dependencies table. Workspace dependencies table is where you define dependencies to be inherited by memory. Yeah, that's what the... Okay. And that's what we're doing. Ooh, features declared in this table are additive to the features from dependencies. So if you declare features in this, there are always added. Okay, cool. And you can add features. So if that thing needs an extra feature, you can add it to it. Cool. Okay. Did I set the resolver to 2? No. Do I need to? I didn't see that in any of the things. I'm not saying I didn't miss it. I might have missed it. I honestly don't know what that does. I don't know what that does. Rus set resolver 2. What does this do? Okay, edition 2021 implies Resolver 2. So yeah, I'm using Resolver 2. Like I was saying. Since Rust 151. Oh, but not for the workspace? Oh, okay. Resolver is a global setting for workspace, and setting is ignored in dependency. The setting is only honored for the top level package of the workspace. If you're using a virtual workspace, you'll need to set the Resolver field in the workspace. So is a workspace considered a virtual workspace? Am I using a virtual workspace? I'm not using a virtual workspace, right? The mono repo or the monolith is an actual one with an actual version. Well, when I build the bin of this one, which is the root one, right? But I mean, I might as well add it here. I'm not arguing against adding it up here just in case I ever did. Yeah. So for the uninundated, it's a little bit of a confusing architecture for the time being, because one of the things that I wanted, it's a long story. It's a little bit of a confusing architecture, but for right now, what happens is Monolith builds, and the only thing this does is it pulls in the Twitch event listener service. It pulls in the AI manager system. It pulls in the front end API, the user service, and that's it. It pulls in those things and messages, and ties them all together so they can all communicate like there was Kafka between them. Because this is kind of what I would like to deploy on the null cloud. So like it's a weird architecture. It's a weird architecture. I'm not gonna sit here and defend it as like a good Rust architecture. It is what it is. It is what it is. I you know what? I don't have to redo this, right? I can just whoa, calm down. 0p, right? No, I don't know. I screwed it up. Let's just copy this again. There we go. Yeah, this is technically a virtual, but it doesn't build. I only build the other things. It's weird. Okay, so like I have a video on my what I'd like out of my Rust. Oh, actually, that one's getting released today. On my null bytes. So if you go to the null bytes, there's going to be a video out later today. My daughter's going to be working on a thumbnail for it about what the null cloud is. But I can show you really quickly why this architecture looks the way it does, because it's a little bit weird. All right, so when I first created my own Twitch alerts, it was kind of designed like this to be supported on the null cloud. If I was designing an alert system that everybody could use, I would have done it like this. I would have done it where there was Kafka events that were passed around instead of some internal queue. And so I would have passed events from the Twitch listener. So there's a service that listens to Twitch. There's a service that that does AI stuff and populates. So if somebody follows right now, there'll be a AI message for them that just makes a little story about them following the null channel. And And then there's the front end that, you know, displays it on the Twitch. And so this is like what I would like to deploy it as, because this is how like this is a cloud architecture. But since we're just running it locally, I didn't want to do all of that. Like, I don't want to run 4 different things, and I don't want to run Kafka, and I don't want to do all of this extra stuff. So I made this project. I made this project over here, this monolith that wraps them all together and wires them all together so that they don't directly communicate, but they directly communicate to each other through their APIs. And so that's all it does. That's all the monolith does, is makes it a... You're kind of doubtful that a microservice architecture really makes sense? Absolutely. If you've watched any of my videos, I will be the first one to claim that. No one wants to run Kafka? Absolutely. What are we doing here, though? We're learning and we're experimenting. And so that's kind of what we're doing, right? So I don't run it as a microservice architecture. It's run as a monolith, and it's tied all together directly through their calls. Also, I've kind of had this challenge of, can I design something? Yeah, see, that's thanks for following and proving that it works. And then the idea is we work on building this cloud every once in a while that is going to be able to take this and just make all of these things work. Is the goal. Thank you so much for the follows. We are over 500 followers, which means we are halfway to our 1,000 follower goal. We'll have a very, very motivational stream. And I've been working on a video that will hopefully be released right when we get 500 or 1,000 followers. That should be pretty funny. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the I'm speechless. I'm speechless, and words are difficult for me. Thank you for the gifted sub. I super appreciate it. Whoever you are, thank you so much for the gifted sub. You guys are amazing. You were subscribed before you followed. You broke my system. We actually had this discussion about the Twitch events because it assumes it might have crashed. We'll have to check on it. It might have crashed because we assume you follow before you subscribe. So it does happen. We assumed that we had this discussion like 2 weeks ago. We're like, nobody subscribes before they follow. So that's actually fantastic. We know that there's a good way for that to happen now. The reason it's important is one of the features that we want to do is when you subscribe, we want to build on your story. So let's actually we've got this working. Let's get out of that. We build on or right now we don't build on your story, and so it's probably fine. But what we want to do is when you subscribe and you followed, we want to take your follow story that the AI created for you and feed that back in to the AI and say, continue this story. But if you haven't followed yet, we're going to have to generate. Basically, it's 2 different tables in the database. We're going to have to generate some starting place for you. I don't know how we're going to deal with it yet. I kind of have brushed it off as it will never happen, but now I see with gifted subs that that's definitely a thing that could happen. Do I like really optimize your release builds? Not right now, no. My release builds are garbage. In production, yeah. If you guys are interested in release builds, Chain Guard is doing a stream with me tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Tuesday. Let's jump over there and we'll do a every time zone. So Tuesday, Chain Guard, if you're looking to optimize and secure your pipelines, Tuesday at 7:15. I'm gonna try to be on at 7:30. We're actually going to take this Twitch alerts and we're going to do a security audit through it. And we're going to update our container images to have 0 CVEs. We're going to then also sign our packages using a SigStore cosign. So we're gonna use SigStore and cosign to sign the packages. We'll probably use GitHub Actions, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So that if anybody else wanted to use our Twitch alerts, which I don't think anybody should use our Twitch alerts as they are right now, but if they ever did in the future, our pipeline is going to be a little bit more secure. So if you're interested in that, join me on that time. Streaming next week is going to be super weird because then on Friday we have database day. So May 3rd is database day. Huge stream, 12 hours of stream. And a lot of guest speakers where we're going to learn about database stuff. We have indexes, consensus. We got a bunch of stuff planned. Very excited about it. Hopefully by Monday I'll release the schedule and everything for you guys. But you should definitely join the Discord because that's where I'll be posting that stuff. Okay. Let's get on to this. Let's get on. $25 megs to 3.3 megs. So as of today, in half an hour, we're going to do the Rust, the intro to Rust class. And then after that, we're going to do the Kubernetes, 100%. And then on Tuesday, we're doing containers. That's kind of a Kubernetes thing, securing our Kubernetes pipeline. So yeah, that's a lot of Kubernetes stuff. At least Kubernetes adjacent. Yeah. All right. Let's. Okay. So we originally were doing this. We're getting the queue in the front end app. All right. Do I go through and update all of these? I feel like the answer is yes and no at the same time. Not right now. That seems like we'll do that some more later because it will be fine. Okay. Super simple service, but what we need to do now is we need to add a queue to this so that we can back stuff up. Because one thing that I've been doing, and I've been thinking about this, is I've been recording these videos for the null bytes. So I've been recording little snippets that will be on the null bytes. And I'd like to pause the queue for follows and stuff, but I'd like to engage it again. And I think we just have to remove it from the front end, put it back into the back end. I think then we update this to be, I honestly think that this would be a great example of when I think, even in my HTMX video where I said I don't love it for a couple of reasons, I think this might be a prime HTMX I just paused. A prime HTMX actually workload. Because really we only want to display alerts when this queue is running and active. And we can do that without HTMX for sure. And we'll probably start that way. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's see. I haven't been in this code in a long time. It just kind of works. I love this count +1. What is this doing? What is this count? What? Oh boy, I shouldn't have looked at this code. I think I wrote this a year ago, maybe longer. Boy, okay, we need to add configuration to this too. We need to add configuration to this too. Oh, I know why we don't do configuration. Okay, that makes sense. Because if you're looking at the lib for the front end here, this is where this is how we're actually running it, because we're running it not on the main. Okay, we should have started here because we're using the monolith. This makes sense. Okay. And then we can we're not using the main entry point. That was just for local testing. Okay, so let's look at this. We have our WebSocket connection, and this is what the front end is connecting via this. This is the front end connection, and we just basically, anytime we get something, we send it forward. So we have this WebSocket receiver. Cool. And yep. And if we get a message, we just send it. Cool. That looks correct. All right. Then what we need to be doing up here, this is where we connect to the other services. So run takes this receiver, and this is the receiver that is bound. So the monolith binds this to the AI service. So the AI service just passes the message on. It doesn't really know who cares about it. This cares about it. And this takes that receiver and it basically just serializes the message and sends it to the front end. So this is where we need to start making a queue. Justice, you should be able to link on stream. So far, nobody's really abused it. I have some things where you have to have an account that's older than a month old, and a few things like that. If people start abusing links, and I'm being like one person, then we will lock it down and we'll lose it as a community. So we'll lock it down to just VIPs, and so just VIPs will be able to post links. So let's not do that and keep it as a community that we can. I think my music was a little loud. Sorry about that. And I have whispers blocked? I didn't know that. There are no VIPs? Okay. Well, I'll fix that. I'll fix that. I'll work on the VIP list. Russell, you were the first person to get VIP. One second. I don't know how to make you a VIP. I can block you. I can block you, Russell. Wait. I can mod you. How do I make you a VIP? I don't, I would make him a mod. Russell has the ability to be a mod if he so chooses, but I would never put that responsibility on somebody. I kind of did on my Discord, but I'm not going to put that on somebody. If Russell wants a mod, he has mod. /VIP username. Let me try that. There you go, Russell. You're a VIP. Now I'll toggle bit. Now I'll do toggle bit. No, I'm not doing that on stream. That's not a great stream. There you go, Russell. You can post links. There's more than just you guys. There's definitely a couple VIPs that we have. But we don't have to lock it down right now. But if I do have to lock it down, I will lock it down, and we'll do it. Do you remember when the AI rickrolled me, Russell? Were you there on the AI games where I asked it to do like a bunch of things, and one of the things was to make a link, and that link, I asked it to link to my YouTube videos, but I didn't tell it like what my YouTube videos were, and it linked to the rickroll. That was hilarious. The AI literally rickrolled me. That was good. Oh, you get a diamond. That is nice. Look at you, Russell. I did do the AI interview. If you go to youtube.com/@thenullbytes, the full interview is up. This AI interview destroyed me. I did it live. But I did cut it and post it. So I'm gonna make a video on my main YouTube about, I don't know. So I want to do my thoughts, because I've been thinking about it, and I've been thinking about where it fails. So like, there's things that I could react to, like it's creepy to be interviewed by like a 14-year-old, to be honest. It's just a little weird. It's weird that they didn't just make it look like ChatGPT. Like if it looked like this, like ask me a really hard Rust language question. If it looked like this, where it was just text and I could just respond to it with text or voice with just transcoded, that's fine. Transcribed, not transcoded, but that's fine. And I would have liked this. But they put a ton of work into making this creepy child interview. It felt very reminiscent of a horror movie. It was a little unsettling. If it looked like Bender from Futurama, if it looked like a chicken, like you could have picked. If it looked like Clippy, like fine. Any of those. If you really needed I would have been fine with this. Like, GPT vetting instead of ChatGPT, GPT vetting and just this would have been fine with this. But just not this. Not this. They're not this. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, there's a ton of ways that you could have done it. You could have had like pick my interviewer. That would have been fun, where you had a bunch of fun. You know, you had a rabbit, a squirrel, Bender. Yeah. Again. It was just a little weird. But I actually have better feedback than just that. Because I think one of the things that I find really important in interviews is when, you know, I'll ask a question like, tell me a production, come up with a question. I'm being super, like, this is a terrible question. I get it, but I'm just coming up with a short question. A production database goes down. What do you do? All right. And the whole point of this is that it was kind of vague. And if you're a senior engineer, a senior SRE or something like that, you have experience, and that experience is going to drive you to ask questions. What type of database? What was the last thing done? Was there a new deployment? You're going to ask these questions to understand more, and you couldn't do that. This is probably the biggest problem with GPT vetting, was that there's no way to have that back and forth. It asks a question and then assumes that you understand completely what it said. And if you didn't understand exactly what it was looking for, it's going to mark you down. So one of the things is my SQL is rusty, but it didn't like my SQL because I didn't tell it like verbally what table I was going to select and what I was going to join on. I just used plain English to say, hey, I would join these two tables on this and, you know, select any that didn't have a value. And to that, it thought I didn't know SQL very well. But there was no way to ask it any questions. I'd be like, hey, or for it to respond and be like, yeah, could you actually like pseudo write out that query? No, there was no way to do that. So I don't know. Anyways, those are my thoughts. But I don't know how to do this. This is where I don't know how to YouTube. Because I don't know if I do like a bite, like what I'm trying to do with these bites, where I cut out those sections and I just like live record it, because I could do that. And I could do it with like some graphs and I could make it a pretty presentation, but just do a live like thing. Or I could make it a full length video on youtube.com/nullabs. And I could make it like funnier and I could put it on here. Like, I'm not sure. I don't know. Like, I could make a funny recap of me doing poorly, getting interviewed by the AI and some of the stupid stuff I did. Like, I literally wasted 8 minutes harping about how they only support 5-year-old languages and not writing the coding challenge. Oh gosh, there goes your time. I didn't write one piece of code for the first 8 minutes of the 20-minute coding challenge. The 2-minute time limit is kind of brutal. Being interviewed by the successor to know predictive text algorithm. Yeah. So anyways, I don't know. What would you guys like? Like in your, you know, you guys are the people that consume content. Would you prefer kind of a 15-minute live stream with my thoughts, you know, some diagrams to help convey those thoughts, and then clip that into a bite? Or would you prefer a more humorous dive into my experience with my takes, but like as a, long form piece of content, maybe just clip down to like 10 minutes, very direct, very quick? I'm still working on exactly how to do this. I'm still working on how to do this, but we'll see. We'll see. Oh, Togglebit. Is Togglebit here? What? Wait. Did I miss something? No. Thank you for the follow. Togglebit wants a 15-minute on solving all of his problems. Easy. I'll do that right after I solve all my problems. So as soon as that's done, I will release that video for you, Togglebit. And just in 15 minutes. You'll sit there and wait? Perfect. If I could get everybody to lurk that perfectly. Yeah? Guaranteed. That's what I was thinking, Russell. Guaranteed viewer. All right. So all of the other people, all of the 18 sweet souls, you also sit and wait every stream, because as soon as I solve all my problems, I'm going to release one by one 15-minute videos for you, directly for you, solving all of your problems. Okay. So better just sit there and wait. If that works on other people, I'll have to do it more often. I don't think they understand the concept of me solving all my problems. For a tier 3. Okay, look, the helping you move is 2 tier 3s. Like you have to tier 3 for 2 months. I have to see that there's commitment in the relationship, okay? I'm not just gonna get 1 tier 3. You gotta be 2 tier 3 subs so I can see that there's commitment to the relationship. Then I'll help you move, sure. Especially if you're close. Probably not wrong. If you were close, I would probably, it doesn't matter who you are. If you asked me, I would probably help you move. All right. We need a queue. What's the best Rust queue to use? I've never written a queue in Rust. Best Rust, I'm sure it has a queue. So we're going to do a first in, first out. First in, first out Rust queue. Okay, well, you guys have one. Vec DQ. Never used it. Ooh, a growable ring buffer. Nice. The default usage of this type is a queue is they push back to add to the queue and pop front. Okay, yep. That's exactly what we want. Nope, it's based off of time, so we don't need efficient sorting, so the ring buffer makes sense. This is good. This is exactly what I wanted. Stop agreeing, everyone. Wait. We didn't, 1 second toggle. 1 second toggle. All right, if you guys don't know who Togglebit is, you need to go check out the Toggle bit. Go follow him. He's way better at Rust than I am. Way better at Rust. He's also more entertaining. He won't help you move for tier 3 subs. I tier 3 subbed him and then asked him to help move, and he laughed. It was disconcerting. I was like, it was even 2 months in. I had showed commitment. I was like, all you have to do is fly to the United States and help me move. I'm just joking. Go follow him. Go subscribe to him. You moved me spiritually. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. All right. Let's see. The other thing that I wanted to do is MVP. Wait. No, VIP. VIP toggle bit. There we go. We're building a list of people that deserve VIP status. So when inevitably somebody decides to make it where we can't post links. Oh. Oh. All right. This looks good. I don't know why I'm looking at it still. Let's just use this. We're probably going to have to add a little bit more structure to this, aren't we? Woosha, how are you doing? Sorry, I missed your hello. Okay, let's just hack it in dirty right now instead of restructuring this, and then we'll pay the consequence after that. So we're just gonna do yeah, let's just do it right here. What is this state? Wait. What is this state? Oh. Because in theory, multiple front ends could be connected. That's. I'm not sure why they're in a hash map either, but we'll leave it as is. Okay, whatever. That's fine. A good old state 2 instead of state 1. We don't like that first state for some reason. Don't look at old Merrick's code. So yeah, let's go ahead and let QUE. I love QEs. Let Q. Do we put this on self? Ooh, we might put this on self. And this is what was this? This right here. Let's do this. A vector collection. Okay, perfect. All right. Yep. That looks good. I don't know. Let's see. Done. Wait. Toggle bit moved to TypeScript. That's right. Togglebit is one of the best JavaScript engineers I know. He actually does Python really well, and he doesn't like to admit it. So I'm letting everybody know that the next time you're in a Togglebit stream, ask him to program in Python because he can actually do it. Unlike me, who I just hate on Python without actually being able to do it, Togglebit hates on it for real reasons. He had to use it for years. I like to mess with Togglebit too. Go for it. All in a friendly way, please. Keep it friendly. I don't actually mean to mess with him in a not friendly way. Togglebit is a fantastic streamer. I would hate for anybody in this community to do anything rude to him. or his community. By the way, your hash map is send sync. I don't know. This is a long time ago code. We're going to have to refactor all of this because we're going from this. The front end right now is driving this queue, and we're moving it to the back end. We're going to move it to the back end. This code was like dead simple, and I haven't touched it since then. So like, I'm not sure why I did the things that I did. I just, to be fair and honest, I don't know this code very well right now. It was a long time ago. Anonymous 1221. Let me warn you, Go is simpler, but it's not good low-level tooling. If you want to learn Go, I will do a Go class like I'm doing with a Rust class a little bit later, but it is not low level. And I would also say has inferior low level tooling. If you'd like my example, my classic example, GitHub run C. You see this? See this project? Run C. Scroll down to languages. See this 11.5% C? That is because Go has things it cannot do at a low level that are required by Run C. We can get into them. This was Rust. It could be pure Rust. Ooh. Learning Rust 101 starts in 10 minutes. You are absolutely right. So I need to take my break now because I'm going to be a little bit late because I usually take about a 15-minute break because I make a new cup of coffee and I pester my children just a little bit. So, be right back. We're just going to use text now. Rust 101 starts very soon. Now, just as a reminder, guys, next week we won't have a Saturday stream. So we won't have the class on Saturday because on Friday I'm streaming for 12 hours. So if you can join on Friday, please do. We're going to learn a ton of stuff about databases, but class won't happen next week. Just as a warning and FYI, I will be flying on Saturday, so there will be no stream on Saturday, but there will be tons of content for you on Friday, tons of content for you to catch up on that you missed. Will we learn SQL syntax? Awesome, Toggle. Well, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go make my cup of coffee. Back. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Let's get into our Rust 101. Anonymous 1221. You know what? You don't hear me say this of a lot of languages, but I think that C# is undersold because of its ties to Microsoft. I think C# is a fairly decent language. And if you're doing stuff like web servers and whatnot, I think that it could be pretty solid. Yeah. All right. Let's get set up for Rust 101. Adding a database. That's what we're going to do today. We're going to add a database. We're going to write a little SQL, and it's going to be pretty fantastic. Yeah. Okay, Russell sums it up. C# is pretty great. He says is great. I say pretty great. I don't know it that well, but yeah, it's pretty great. And I mean, when you need to go faster, you can, it's faster. And there's certain things where a garbage collector is inconvenient, in my personal opinion. If you're talking about a web server that runs on Kubernetes, I don't care. If you're talking about a system level thing like Kubernetes, I do care. Yeah. The other great thing about C# is that you can get a job with it pretty easily. I think it's a pretty popular language as far as like businesses, like the C# stuff. So I think that's another good thing. I personally have not gotten a job writing C#, but don't take my experience. Okay, Rust. Let's do today's date. All right. New folder. Today's date is April 27th. So we'll do 27 04 2024 2024. That was more difficult than it should have been. All right, so let's start a new note. Adding a database. Done. All right, let's set this up. We'll get back to that later. So if you're looking for my channels, well, I can go over this really quickly. I have 3 channels because, don't ask me why. The null bytes. What is going into that? Right now, I do specific streams, almost like React content, except it's not reaction. Maybe I do some reactions, but at this point, it's things like I let an AI interview me and I streamed the whole thing. And so we clipped that. I also did a bit, this one will be released later today, about why we're building a cloud, like what the motivation is and kind of the goals of the cloud is. Here soon, I'm going to be doing one on the architecture of the cloud that we're building, how it's going to be powered, and kind of like a really quick start guide into it. And those are going to be our bytes. So you're going to be able to go and see those as bytes. They're kind of like supposed to be videos that I record live with you guys. So you can join the live stream or whatnot. If you do Null Labs Live is just my live streams. This is Twitch. The full streams are all captured here, so you can go here and see all past live recordings. Twitch only guarantees them for 16 days, and so this gives me the ability to have them forever and ever. So that's all that is. And then the last one is just the Null Labs one. And if you go to Null Labs, This is kind of my main channel, and I do a bunch of stuff. Now, this is not the same class, this Rust thing here. This is more like a sanitary step through step of Rust. What I'm trying to do with these is not have that sanitary, not have that safe space, not have that perfect path. Doesn't do well for YouTube. And so I haven't actually made bytes out of these things, out of this Rust thing, because it's kind of designed to be live. So that being said, you can go to Null Labs Live, and see the past live streams of them. So here's Learning Kubernetes. This was 6 days ago, and then you can go 7 days prior to that, and there you go. It says Learning Kubernetes because it's just whatever the last stream was, or the last stream title is. So it's always going to be Kubernetes because I do that last. But if you go here, you can see that it's a 4-hour stream, and we do Rust right here. I don't know. My original goal was to make bytes out of these. But the whole bytes thing kind of came after, like, I redid how I was going to do the streams after I had already started this, so I'd have to go back and re-record the first episodes of this. I don't know. I'm a mess. Sorry. My thought and goal is when we're done with Rust 101, maybe I go back and make YouTube videos on it. But I update them to be YouTube videos, to be a little bit more sanitary. And then have a call to action being like, next year, if you want to join the Rust 101, join me on live stream. That's kind of my current. What do you need? Sorry. Okay. CP day 5 to day 6. Thank you. All right. All right. So day 6. Let's recap what we've done and talk about what we're going to do next. So far, we've only been in a single file, and I was thinking about tackling modules also today, but I figured we won't actually have time for that. So we're going to just keep it one thing at a time. We're all in this one file, which is fine, and we'll learn how to break this into multiple files in, a very short period of time. Next week, we'll probably restructure the code to be a little bit better. So we'll be restructuring the code next week. But this week, what we're going to do is we kind of have this database state. And what we would really like to do is take this from this state to a actual database. We'd like to actually store this state somewhere. This is going to be a multi-part piece of work because it's not quick. What we have to do. There's a lot of steps through it, but we're going to try to get to a good stopping part, and then like we'll see as it goes. And hopefully the restructure of the code follows from getting this in a database. That's kind of the plan. So let's jump into this. All right. So we're going to use something called SQLX. SQLX provides basically a anti-ORM. And I really like it. It allows you to just write SQL, but also give you type safety at the same time. It's pretty simple. Now, there are other ORMs out there if you want to use one. A really popular one is Diesel. Rust Diesel. Yeah, Rust Diesel. So this is an ORM. So if you're looking for an ORM, you're following along and you want to give a shot at an ORM, I highly recommend, I can't highly recommend because I've actually never used it, but I recommend you check out Diesel because I think a lot of people use that. Does anybody else know of another ORM for databases? Just giving some options because the whole idea with this is for you to follow along. And so, yeah, do it with something. I'm going to do it with SQLX. I like its simplicity. I like its simplicity. All right. So, let me post this in chat. Let's post that there. All right. So this is what we're going to use. We should be able to go and see its crates.io right here. Cool, cool, cool. We should be able to go see its documentation right here. Those are all the things that we see. We can see its feature flags right here. Default, any macros, migrate, JSON, SQLX macros. So this is pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, let's get into it. So the idea is to replace this with SQLX, which is going to require us to bring this in, which means we have to import it via our cargo. So we can look at our cargo toml. This is the dependencies that we currently have. Here is SQLX. Now we can bring this in by using the command line. Or we can do it via manually editing the cargo toml, which is what I generally do, but we'll use the actual command line for this. So let's go and jump to crates.io and we can see it's cargo add SQLX. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll get out of here and we'll do cargo add SQLX. Now, if we get back into here and look at our cargo file, we'll see that we have added SQLX. Cool, cool, cool. All right, let's look at their quick start really quickly. You can see that SQLX is compatible with the async STD, Tokyo, and Actix runtimes. So this is really important because we are using Tokyo as our runtime. So it's really important to check on these things when you're looking at async stuff to make sure it's compatible with what you want. So we're going to add the feature of runtime Tokyo because that's what we're leveraging in our code. So we'll go in here and update this just like this version. You can do this via the command line. Again, do you guys want to do this via the command line? I didn't turn off Copilot. Copilot is now disabled. We can do this via the command line. I can't get out or else I'd have to disable Copilot again. Let's do this. Let's cd day 6. All right. So we can do stuff via the command line there. So you could pick which features you wanted via that. Actually, if you guys remember, let's do this. Check this out. If we remove this and then we run cargo add SQLX, it's actually going to tell us features here that you can use. Now there's actually 28 deactivated features, so that doesn't help us, but we're just going to redo that because we want the Tokyo runtime. We want All right, cool. So let's go ahead. We can see how this is done here. And I was going to, but I wanted to show you that in their repository, if you're going to try to use SQLX, the best place I found to understand how to leverage it is to actually go to their Git repository here and then go to their examples. Because in their examples, they have a really good one for MySQL. Nobody uses it. Postgres and SQLite. Now, funny enough, they're doing a to-do app too. So, don't copy what they're doing here. We're doing it a little bit different. But you can see their imports here. And to how they're doing it. But also they have some code here that you can follow as well that does some nice, that shows you how they connect as well as how they write code to the database. So this is really nice. And it's something you should check out here. I'm gonna link this in the chat. Go for it. Check it out. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to do like the dumbest thing possible. And then we're going to add features to it to make it a little bit more robust, like we have done with our Twitch alerts. So we can see here that basically the thing that they do is they get some args with a database URL and they connect to it. So we need to have a database URL in our main. We have this right here where we've been parsing things. So let's go ahead and add, instead of just a port, we can do a database URL, and we'll make that a string. Nice. Okay. And that means that now in our args parsing that we have a string. We're going to also make this required because guess what? It's required. We need it. We need to know where to connect, what database to connect to. That means now here, we can do the connection string if we'd like. So let's do that. Let's do that now. So let's see. This is let pool equals, not minus, equals SQLite pool connect. And then this is going to be args dot database URL. We don't need to clone it. That will be fine. I think then, okay. All right, we'll break this down. Why this fails. This is an interesting one. Okay, so you're going to see this here. This function return a result or an option to accept question mark. We've not used a question mark before, have we? And this is failed to resolve a use of undeclared type SQLite pool. Oh, well, let's fix this one first. Use SQLX. I'm going to have to look this up. I don't remember off the top of my head where this was. It's in the SQLite, right? SQLite? No, it is. I think it is. SQLX, SQLite. Not light, not like that. Not wrong light, SQLite pool. That is the correct thing. Unresolved. Okay, that's fine. I think the big problem here is our cargo, which we'll go fix that. So if you guys notice, let's go back to let's go back to their features. Okay, that was a little bit further back than I thought it was. Let's go to their documentation and let's go to their feature flags. And you'll notice if we take a little scroll, we have the runtime Tokyo. We did that. We could probably do native TLS, but what I wanted to point out was this. So they have different features for whichever database that you're supporting, and we didn't tell it what database. So we just have the generic stuff there that supports that. So we don't have this SQLite. So we got to go import that. So we can jump back over into our cargo toml, add SQLite, just like that. Jump back here, and this should now resolve. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, we're still going to have some errors. Again, this one is a diagnostic warning trying to help you out. And this one, okay, well, this one is looking for a stir. This one's looking for a stir. Okay, so this one. The question mark operator can only be used in an async block that returns result or option. Now, what is this telling us? Well, if we actually look at this connect, we'll see that it's an async, which means we have to await it. But we'll also see that it returns this result. Interesting. So this question mark, so I'm going to try to explain it in basic terms. Basically says, try to unwrap this. And if you can't unwrap it, if it's an error type, not an OK type, then we want you to return whatever the error type is. But that means that this method has to also return the same type. So if you remember here, if we look back at this and look at this, this is returning a result and an error. And more specifically, this error is of this error right here. Okay. Hi, Sergeant Pepper. How are you doing? All right. So what we can do with this await is basically just say, try to unwrap it and return the error if it doesn't work. But that means that our main function would have to also return an error so that it can pass it, it can pass it further up the stack. Now, I don't want to actually do this right now. In the future, we do this, and this is why I originally typed this, because we do that. But let's take one problem at a time, and let's just use this as it is. So in the future, we will use that because it actually clears up a bunch. But what I wanted to do is actually show you how that clears up a lot of the stuff that you're going to have to do and makes things more direct. So let's call this instead a pool result. And then we can unwrap the pool here. So basically what we can do here is do something like this. Let pool equals, let's OK pool equals the, I can't spell. I would say that's just a today thing, but it's a kind of an every single day thing. So, it's okay. So we'll do something like this. Expected a semicolon. That is true. I was not done typing. All right. So what we can do here is we can just return. For right now, we're just going to return, which is not great because we want. Another thing we could do here is to panic. There's this macro panic and could not connect to the database. So basically, this is saying the app can't really start because we don't have a connection to the database, and we really want and need that connection to the database. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to panic. And this actually then is a divergent. So panic is going to return. Well, it does more than return. It hard stops your application. It doesn't return to main. This is panicking, which is fine. That's kind of what I want to do right now. Now, what I would say, if you're writing a lib, you don't panic. You never panic in a lib. A lib should return whatever error, and the binary, the application that's running, should decide what to do with that error. Your library shouldn't. Your application, it's completely fine to panic. There's reasons to say, I can't progress past this. So especially in startups like this, and this is not just Rust, this is just a general thing. I think that this is a complete, like if you're writing a microservice, this is a completely fine thing to do, to say there's nothing more for me to do if I can't access the database. I just want to be done. Now, there are better ways than just panicking, because as we get in, we'll get into tracing and logging, and those are fantastic things to do here before just panicking. But for right now, it's applicable to just say there's not much more we can do. We're done. We're done here. Okay, let's move on. All right, so absolutely, Dirk. That's what I was saying, the logging and whatnot. Absolutely. And we are currently returning something. Could not connect to the database. But I'm saying it's okay for an application to just decide to stop. We will decide to stop here, even once we get logging and tracing in here. Logging and tracing is going to help us debug it, but we're still going to hard stop at the end. There's nothing more for the application to do. There's no reason to keep it alive. We can't progress. Okay. So what are we going to do with this database connection? Well, the thing is, we can add stuff to the database as it is. And so we're going to actually write a function to take a database connection and basically put some data in it. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. There's no questions. Is there any questions so far of what we've done? Just trying to catch up really quickly. It doesn't look like it. It's good to see you, Sergeant Pepper. You guys can continue talking. I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't any questions. Macros is a thing that I haven't learned yet. I need to actually do... I want to get Mogprog on stream to help me with macros. I think that would be fun. All right, so let's go ahead and write a new function to handle adding something to the database. We kind of have a connection, this object here, this pool, but we're not doing anything with it. Now, we could replace this where we're adding like some stuff to it, but we really don't want to do this since it's persisting now. We don't need to put stuff in it because it will persist. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some helper functions here that are going to allow us to write to the database. So let's do this one. We're going to do a pub. It does not need to be public. We're going to do async. Not yet. It doesn't have to be public. That is when we break this up. You know what I found out is I wrote too far ahead where the code has mutated quite a bit from where we're actually going right now. So I can't, sometimes I just do what is actually in the final thing. All right. So what we're going to do is write to do. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Write a to do. And this function is going to take a couple things. So it's going to take a to do. And it's going to take a do we do it this way? Yeah, we'll do it this way. It's going to take a to do, and it's going to take a mutable connection. We'll just do SQL, an SQL connection. It's going to take a mutable SQL connection that is of type pull connection, and this is of our database is SQLite, right? That's the type of connection we have to it. Now, this is going to return some errors, results, because we could fail to write to the database for some reason, whether it's bad data or whatnot. So the other thing that we have to do is we need to return some result. So we'll do a result. Now, this is a empty type, so the success type, we're not returning anything on success. We're saying, we don't really want to return anything. And then we need to return some sort of error as well. Now, in the future, I'll show you my favorite way of dealing with this here, because there's actually a library that makes this pretty convenient called Anyhow. Maybe we'll go ahead and use it now. But then we need some sort of error to return as well. But we don't really know what type of error, so we're just going to leave it like that for right now. We're just going to leave it like that for right now. All right. And it says it can't find type error. Like I said, we're going to leave it like that for right now. All right, so let's go ahead and kind of figure this out. So we have a to-do, and we want to post it to the database. And we have this connection in this function. So let's post that to the database. Or not post it to the database, but you guys get what I mean. All right, let's do it. It's SQLX, and it has this really cool macro that you can use called query, like this, query. That's pretty cool. And now what you're going to want to do is give it an R string. That's right. You're going to do R sharp. R sharp. It's also a new language. It's also your new favorite language, R sharp, by Microsoft. Okay, so basically this just allows us to type a string with whatever we want in it, and so without formatting. So we can now just write our SQL. And so what we can do is we can do your standard SQL straight here. Insert into now we need a table. We're going to say this is to-dos. That's going to be our table. And in our to-dos, what types do we have? We have a ID, a title, and a completed. So we're going to just do that. ID, title, completed. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to do values. And we're just going to do question marks. Just like that. 3 of them. 3 of them. All right. And now at this point, we can actually just do the inverse. So we do another hashtag right there. We just like to hashtag it up. And comma. Now, what SQLX is going to want from us in this is it's going to want these values, these question marks, which we have in our to-do. So we can just do to-do.id, to-do dot, it's not title. What is it? It is title. It is title. Oh, like I said, to-do dot title and to-do dot completed. Done. So this should work, right? This should compile. Let's see. All right, so this is where SQLX really shines. It's telling us that it didn't find the database URLs, and because of this, it actually can't validate that this works. SQLX is actually going to validate, statically validate that your query is correct. Okay, cool. So now we need to set up our database, our SQLite database. Okay, so I really do like SQLX. I'm nerding out on it a little bit. I want to see more libraries do this, where they say, excuse me, not that they say excuse me, but where they try to protect the user the most they can. They can take the lessons of Rust and say, hey, look, we're going to try to protect you from SQLite injections. We're going to try to make you do best practice. We're going to try to the best of our abilities to understand that if what you're doing is correct. And that's what SQLite is doing. Now, if you go and look at their demo here, we can jump over to no, back to their repository and go to their examples and go to SQLite. You'll look here in how they've done this. So they have, a database URL that they're pulling from the environment, which is something we kind of skipped, and we'll update to this in just a second. And then they need to create a database because the database needs to actually exist. The database needs to actually exist because it's actually going to be testing what you're doing with your local database to validate that it exists. So cool. Let's go ahead and do this. So we can do this. This isn't going to fix our code, and I'll show you why in just a second. We'll get out of here right now. We'll export this. And we'll just have the SQLite to-dos DB. That's great and all. And then we can actually do the SQL DB create, because this is going to actually create an SQLite database based off of this database URL. Let's get rid of that. All right. So now if we actually look at our files, we can see that we have this to-do DB. And then what they're doing is they're running these migrations, which are in the migration folder, which we haven't written. We don't have one of these things. So we probably need one of these things as well. So let's go ahead and make one of those things. So if we jump into here, we jump out of here and we're going to just make a dir of migrations. And then we're going to jump into here. Can we make a file called, what are we going to call it? It's usually like the date, right? Yeah, it's something like this, 2020. Okay, we'll do this. It's 2024. Can I not make a file in this view? Can I not do that? Oh gosh. Okay, well we'll do it in this. 2024. This is the 4th month. It's actually day 27, 04, some numbers. So that will be good. It's kind of right. Not right, but it's fine. All right. And then, we'll just do todos.sql. Done. All right. This is cool. And we're just going to take this. So we have a little bit different than they do. So let's go back and check what we have. We can jump back and see that we have ID, title, and if it's completed or not. We're actually going to be adding more to this and making more migrations, but we'll just start with that. This is kind of a SQL for beginners class, I guess. It's kind of Rust. So let's go back here. This is going to be a title, and this is completed. We'll just keep it consistent. Tight. There we go. Okay, so now you'll see where we were talking about the primary key, where we create one. Our database is going to do it for us now, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. A typo on values. Okay, that's probably true. I'm having a really rough time spelling today. All right, let's see. Down here. I went to the wrong one. Values. All right. Is that correct? It looks correct to me, but we'll see. All right. Now you'll notice our error changed. Our error changed. Did it not? Let's see what it changed to. Well, it's still, one second. Those are still valid errors, but oh wait. I went past our error. Gosh dang it. 1 second. I'm almost there. Error returned from database. No such table. This is where SQLite is bringing in that Rust-based knowledge and saying, hey, look. And so many people, and I know that I keep harping on this, but so many people think that Rust is angry at them. Like it just doesn't want to compile. But what it's doing is, in most other languages, you would have had to run this to know that no such table to-dos existed. Why doesn't it exist? Well, we never ran our migrations. If you remember here, they run their migrations on the database. And those migrations that we've made, if you look at migrations here, is create table if it doesn't exist, to-dos. Cool. So let's go do that. Did I copy that? I might have copied it. No, I didn't. I did not copy it. Great. SQL migrate run SQLX. I copied it this time. We did not do this in this terminal. My bad. Now we'll do it. All right, so it ran the migrations, and now let's check our code. We might need to refresh the... There we go. So, check it out. Gosh. Go back down. There we go. Oh my gosh. Skill issues today. Okay, the trait bound U64 is not satisfied. The following other types implement this trait. What is this telling us? So it's telling us that something we're passing in doesn't play well with one of the types that we put in as our database. It means that SQLX is actually type checking what we put in the database. It's not just doing nothing. It's saying that, which one is it saying? Which one is it saying? It's saying one of them. Okay, well, one of these is a U64, and it's trying to cast it as an I64. Ooh, okay. I see what it's doing here. Which one? Does anybody have a guess? Let's open up our migration file. Yeah. Dan, you're right. You're absolutely right. So if we look at this, it's an integer, which is going to be an I. Now, I'm going to argue here that while it should be a U32 because we don't have negative IDs. We don't care. This is how SQLite is going to handle it. And so for that case, we're just going to change ours to an I32 or an I64. It's I64. Because to us, it just doesn't matter, right? To us, this is fine. We could try to, do stuff and whatnot, but it really doesn't matter. So let's just, instead of doing this as a U64, we're going to do this as a I64. All right, cool. We need to fix our imports. Let's do that right now. Let's fix our imports right now so we get rid of these errors because they're absolutely destroying me. All right, which one? Wait, what was the error? Pool connection. Okay. Okay, use. Oh, no. 1 second. Copilot turned back on. All right. All right. What was I doing? What was it? Oh, it was the okay, let's see. Sorry. SQLX pool. Yeah. And then this is pool connection. Now you're noticing we're getting some more SQLX things here. We already have 2, so we could combine them. This is kind of a personal taste. I generally end up combining them because I find it easier for me to read. But we'll leave it like this for right now. Okay, so we have the connection pool. Let's jump back there. We have one more SQLite in this scope. You can't find SQLite. Oh. Yep. So we'll go up here. We're actually going to group these. We're going to group these because that's how we like to do it. This is SQLite. And there's an add. There is an add. So we're going to stop and wait for the adders. I find your lack of ligatures disturbing. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not 1 second. This is wrong. Do I breathe heavy? I might breathe heavy. I sound like a smoker because I've had really bad gastric reflux. Never really smoked, but acid will kind of do that to you. I don't know why I put that there. That goes here. It does the same-ish thing to your vocal cords. I don't know what font ligatures are. We're in an ad right now, so I'm just kind of waiting. A common feature in open type font ligatures are replacement characters for certain letter pairs. Oh. It helps with people with dyslexia, I believe. To keep them fully separated. I don't. It's monospace though. There is no colliding. I don't understand. I get it. He wasn't saying I had Vader breath. I do have like a smoker laugh from it though. Like I don't know if that makes sense, but okay. But I got it. I got it. This is a monospace font. I don't quite get it. You can't have a monospace font and have them colliding. Oh. Isn't that gross? Isn't that bad? I don't know. I think I would find that gross. Okay, well, we're gonna change this to io.error just to get it to stop complaining. We're gonna change that later. There we go. Yeah. We're gonna change that later. The ad's done. Okay, welcome back. We haven't really done anything. We just talked about ligatures. And my inability to get jokes on the fly. Don't take advantage of that. All right, so I updated the thing at the connection pool is in pool, and SQLite is outside of that. So we've updated it a little bit. You know what we probably should do is just we'll leave it. Let's go back. Let's go back to what we were doing. We were writing this. So at this point, we have a new error. Cool. That error is mismatch types expected. This means SQLX is actually kind of happy. We didn't put a semicolon here, so it thinks we're returning it. And right now we said we were returning stdio error. And that's not what we really want. So we're going to put a semicolon there. And now we're still going to have this error here where we don't actually return, this. So what we can do is we can slap an OK on this, an OK, like this. And now it's fine. Now, there's still some problems. If you'll notice, this is saying we don't actually use mutable, and we kind of need to. So there's a problem here. So we'll need to fix that. That's okay. And why? Well, let's look at what query says in its documentation. Let's see what this macro says. We're not going to read the macro. I'm not smart enough for that. Let's go up here. Let's see. All right. We're looking at some of their stuff here. And if you look at their query, they have a follow-up. SQLX query builds a query, but it doesn't actually execute it, is the thing. So what we have to do at this point is execute the query. Thank you so much for the follow. We have a very, if we get 1,000 followers, there is a YouTube video that will be released for 1,000 followers and a motivational stream that will be really funny, hopefully. Hopefully it's funny. Maybe it's motivational. All right. So let's fix this. We gotta actually execute into this. So what we're going to do is call execute done. And this execute is where we're actually going to call our mutable connection. So this is SQL con right here, just like this. And now if you look at execute, what does execute return us? It's returning us a future because it's async. Remember, you got to look at this, and that means that if it's async, it's returning a future of a result. So we got to await this. Okay, not a problem. So we'll do, we'll just throw this down here and we'll just do await like that. Okay, so that should work well. But let's actually look back. Let's look back at what this was telling us. It's a future of a result, which means we got to unwrap the result because we need what's in there. And it's in a DB query result and error. Let's look at what this actual error is, because this is actually the error that we should be returning from this. So this is this error right here that's in this file, in the source error file. So let's go ahead and use this error instead. Let's use this error instead of the IO one up here. So error, instead of this one, we're going to use SQLX error. Was it this? I don't know if it was this. Okay. Anyways. And instead of awaiting this and just doing nothing, we can do that because we're actually, this is the wrong one. Expected type, this is not the right thing. Maybe this is the enum. There we go. Sorry. Okay. And now we can use this question operator that says if it's okay, return that. If it's a failure, return that. Now, let's look at this next error. Required by a bound introduced by this call. Okay, what is it? The trait bound, mutable SQLX pull connection executor is not satisfied by one of the following type implementations. I believe this is a typo by me. Give me 1 second. Let me read this. The following other types implement the trait executor C. SQLX pull connection, SQLX, or SQLite, does not implement. Oh. Can we just go with trust me, bro, on this line? I don't feel like explaining this. I don't feel like this line is what we should focus on. Trust me. Just trust me for right now. We will break down why this looks like this. All right. This is because we have to pass a mutable reference. And this is because we're wanting to dereference it with SQLite. So if you looked at the error, you can kind of see what it's asking for here. That's a little bit weird, and I'm sorry. Just trust me. That's how you execute it. It'll be okay. Now, the cool thing is we can actually delete this and just use this in the end. Can't we? Can we not? Because our results, what are the results of this? Query results. We could return the query results. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. We could just return the query results. Let's do that. Yeah. That's probably good, right? Yeah. Let's do that. Where is the query results? What is that in? What is this in? Let's see. It's under DB query results. This is under database. Yeah, it's under database. Let's see, SQLX database. These are none of the things I want. I want query results. Let's go pull up its documentation. Let's pull up its documentation. Docs. All right. Let's look for query results. Oh, it's a trait. Oh, okay. You know what? We're not going to. We're going to just ignore the query results like I do normally. If it's not an error. So the query results are actually good not to ignore in some cases because like you could do like a select of one. For right now, we're going to just ignore these query results. But we will need to update this in a little bit. We will. I see. Okay, so let's look at that just to see what it is. Okay, yeah. So yeah, this is in this trait. I got it. So I see. That's not as nice as I would like, but right. Oh, do we need to is this SQLite? Is there like a query result for this? If you import database, refer to it directly. Oh, I might import database already. Let's go up there and see. I don't. Let's see, what was our search? Do they have one for SQLite? Let's see. SQLite query result. Cool. Okay, so this is probably what it actually is. Interesting. I'm gonna have to look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to actually look at this because I have not used this for this at this point. I have used this, but in a different way. Let's see. SQLite. That's this. Okay. Right. Can't convert from an SQLite query result to the result. I got it. Okay. And then here we can just do this and then okay. Yeah, this actually we can just pass this. We don't have to unwrap it. There we go. Done. Sorry, this is my bad. Okay, so what we did was we're just passing whatever result from the await happens up to the thing that called this. So whatever function or whatever thing calls this function can decide what to do with the query results. So if you're querying for something, There you go. Okay, my bad. I handle this a little differently later on, but this is probably good. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's actually use this. Let's actually use this. My bad. Sorry, I had a little bit of a brain fart. All right, so we have this thing that allows us to write to a function. It's maybe reasonably working because SQLite protects us. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. To dos. Let's do Bob. Ah, no such table, Bob. Gosh dang, that's cool. All right. Let's take ID out. Let's take ID out. We're inserting. This is not an upsert operation. Check it out. It protected us. Let's go back there and watch this. Undo. Check out the error. Expected 2 parameters, got 3. So it's saying, hey, look, we're inserting 2 things in here. Let's you have 3 things here. Cool beans. It's, again, I really love this about the Rust community is they take these types of things. The Rust compiler isn't angry because it hates you. It's angry because you wrote bad code. And that's there's your demotivation thing. Okay, so but seriously, it's doing it because you've done something wrong. Awesome. So let's actually change this to new to do because that's what it is. If we update it to do, we're gonna have to do something a little different because we already have one. But let's get to actually leveraging this. We have this post to dos that seems like what we'd like to write in. But if we jump into this post to do, we'll notice that our state doesn't have this connection. It has a hash map. So we need to actually be passing not this to do this app state. We need to be passing our connection. Do you know if there's a this level of type safety for MongoDB? I don't know. I've not used MongoDB. If I was going to use a NoSQL database, MongoDB would be on the bottom of the list. On the bottom of the list, probably. That's not. No, there's other ones that would be on the bottom. It's definitely in the middle of my list. Okay. So we need, and that's why I like doing these live is I want to show you guys those types of things. And like, the thing is, Rust it's not like the language, it's the community that builds these tools. SQLX could do none of that for you and just have a query executor that just executes a query. But it's the community that's decided that, hey, we'd like to fail fast and we'd like to know reasonably if our code will succeed. So even a query executor is going to say, that's probably not going to succeed. And I absolutely love it. That's like one of my favorite things. Okay, so this state is wrong, obviously. What can we put here? We could put a pool. But this is probably not going to work very well because one, it wants the other things, but we also need to kind of wrap this in a arc mutex because it's going to be shared across threads. So let's go ahead and do that. Safe. Arch. Arc. I use Arch, by the way. Let's see. Mismatched thing. Forgot that. Done. We're gonna throw. You know what? The interesting thing here is I don't think that we need a mutex. I'll look over my notes, or maybe we'll just figure it out. I don't think we need a mutex because I believe the connection is thread safe. But we'll check that in a second. We don't have to lock around it, I guess is what I'm saying. We just need a way to share it. We'll see though in just a second. Okay. I don't know that for a fact. I'd have to pull up the bigger thing and dig around in it. Everything in Rust is thread safe. Okay, Gray Hatter. I think you're trolling a little bit, but we'll get back to that. Okay, so you'll notice that it's now erroring, and that's because again, everything is trying to protect you, and it's going to say that this has incorrect types. And where is it getting this? Because this with state, you'll notice just takes whatever, takes S, whatever S is. Well, it's drawing that from this here. We said it was to-do state. Now, one of the really cool things here about to-do state is that it is this up here, and we can actually update this state to be, instead of this hash map that we had it as, we can just update it here to be what was that? It's this SQL pool. Pool connection of SQLite. Did we miss angle bracket? I think we did. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we only have, okay. Miss angle bracket. Okay. Oh, wow. We can just remove hash map. Cool. So now we've changed everything that takes this state, and it's still kind of upset. Why? I wonder why. So let's go and, check out some of the other errors here. And we'll see, we've been using this like another thing. And that's basically where it's deriving what a to-do state is. Even though to-do state is something different, we're leveraging it wrong here. So these aren't found on a SQLite connection pool. So we're going to have to update these to actually work. We don't have a function to get to-dos, so let's just make a to-do. You know what? We can go ahead and just make that function. That function should be fast and easy, right? I feel like it should be. That's not what I meant to press. That's not at all what I meant to press. I meant to yank that, not delete it. So we'll just do another one, and then we'll do get to-dos, just like that. We'll have this as a I64. And this is the ID. Pretty simple. We have our connection pool. And basically what we want to do here now is we want to do a select from, right? We want to do a select from instead of a why did this, how did I do this? I don't know what key combo I hit. I hit one though. All right. All right. So what we want to do in this is to do another select, just like we did here, but instead of inserting into, this is just SQL, just like you would do. So we'll do a select. Should we do get all to-dos? Let's do a get all to-dos. All to-dos. We'll do get all, and then we'll do a get specific one. So we'll do select ID. What was this? Title, and completion. Yeah. And then this will be from our table to-dos. And we could add an order by here. We could do like order by. You know what would be cool is if we did like a timestamp. Maybe one of these ones will add a timestamp in. So we could do like order by due date or something like that, because we'll be adding some other fields to just do the migrations and things. So, but for right now, we'll just do order by ID, which will be lame. And this is going to then let's do this. Let's delete that. All right. And then what we need to do is actually do this. Let request equals this. Okay, cool. And now what we need, we'll await that and unwrap it. What we need to do from this get to dos is actually, instead of return this, what we want to do is return a list of all the to-dos that we got from our query. So we're going to use a vector of to-dos. Okay. So we want to basically collect all of these in a vector. Okay. Done. Let's no column completion. Oh, look at this. We're already getting an error right here. Right here, we're getting an error. Mismatch types or result. Okay, yeah, we're not returning the right thing. Error return from database, no such column completion. My goodness, for somebody that struggles with English, this is really nice. If you look at our migrations here, you can see that we have completed, not completion. So let's just yank that, jump back here, and did I do the right thing? I don't. Yeah, it's completed. Okay. So then we can do this, and our error is gone. Cool. We didn't have to run it to know that it was wrong. That's awesome. Okay. So now we have this list. So if it errors here on the question mark, remember that will return automatically the error. But we don't want to return just the results. We want to collect this into a list of to-dos, right? That's kind of what we want to do. Okay, so people are asking, why am I doing the IDs as an I64? I need to look into it. So in my not fully fleshed out, but in my larger project that's in a bunch of different files because it's all broken out, I have it as an I64 probably because I just wasn't thinking. We started this one as a U64, but SQLite, I think, I don't know what SQLite supports. SQL. Primary key type. It did not want it to be a U64. Int. It just has it. Does it have a? So does SQLite have a uint? Right. That's what we would need, right? SQLite uint. It just has an integer, which is assigned integer. This is an SQLite detail. It has to be an I64, yeah. Gray header, I just searched for what I Googled and what came first. That's why. It's an SQLite thing. So yes, we did originally have it as a U64, but SQLite demands an integer. SQLite is light by default. It doesn't have everything. It's light by default. Okay. I mean, it could support everything Postgres does, but then wouldn't it be Postgres? I'm not specifically arguing this one. It's dumb to have IDs being able to be negative. I agree. I'm not arguing that. But they shouldn't be anyways, because the database is managing it and should auto increment. So anyways. All right. So we have this request, this from this query here. And we'd like to get this into a vector. So what we're going to do this kind of the dumb way first, and then we're going to learn a better way in Rust to do it. So we're gonna let mute to-dos. So we're just going to make a new vector of to-dos. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to go over each returned value out of the thing and build a new to-do out of it and return that. So what we can do is for result in our request, we can... Now, if you guys remember, we did the question mark here, so that unwrapped it. So we can assume if we look at execute, why is this giving us the error that it is? No method named execute found for map in the current scope. What? What is that? Yeah, this would not be execute, right? We don't want to execute here, do we? We want to fetch all. We want to fetch all. My bad. That was my bad. Okay, so if we look here, we'll get a vec of 0. Interesting. We actually might be able to we might actually just be able to return this. We can't really just return it, because it's a vec of a tuple of the things that we selected, because you could select anything. So what we need to do here, this is why. What we need to do here is we can basically just construct our let new to do. Do this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we can do this, and then we can add the things that we want. So ID is basically this is going to be something like result.id. This is strongly typed to what you selected. So what you selected out of the database, it knows what it is. And so then we can do a title. And we have our title and result. Again, strongly typed. There is a field called title because that's what we selected. And that field is of a type string. Comes directly from the database. And then completed. Also result dot completed. And again, this is type. Now in here, this is actually a if we remember in our to-dos, let's jump over to there. If you remember here, this is actually an optional. So we're gonna wrap this in sum. So we know that we have sum. This comes from the database. The database is inserting it. So we have sum of ID. We have it. And cool. All right. So now we can just insert this into our to-dos vector. Does anybody have any questions as of at this point? I'm running a little late. We need to start our Kubernetes class. I'm a little late. Didn't get quite as far as I had planned. Didn't get quite as far as I had wanted. So next week we're gonna do this a little bit more streamlined. There's a little bit nicer of a way to do what we're doing here, and so we're gonna do that, which will be nice. I think it's a much more straightforward way to do this. Can you type directly to your custom struct? Yes, Sergeant Pepper. There is a what I'm going to say a better way to do this with this, and we'll do it that way. I wanted to show this way because this is effectively what the other way does. It's just maybe a little cleaner of a way to do it. So it's important to understand that you can do this. And then next week we'll retype this into a little bit cleaner way. Absolutely, Sergeant Pepper. It wasn't really Rust's fault. It's my fault. I haven't been productive today. I haven't been super productive today. This gets all of our to-dos anyhow. So you know what we can do here instead of this here. We'll finish this really quickly. Actually, we won't stop there. Let's see. Instead of this here, we'll delete that. Whoops. Okay, we'll move this onto its own line. What we'll do here really quickly is just have skill issues. All right, so this is our connection. dbcon, and then what we can do is let to-dos equals get all to-dos. Oh, we don't need this ID. We're just getting all of them. Right. Yeah. We don't need that. My bad. Get all to-dos, and then dbcon. We need to await this. .await. Done. And then we'll do expect. Failed to get database. This is not the right way to do it with an expect because we need to actually return something to the user instead of just that, which is garbage. So we should actually not do this. We shouldn't do this. Let's just delete that really quickly. That's not the way to do it. Let's just handle it right here. And then we'll just match on to-do results. And this is okay. To-dos. let's get some fat arrow in there. We'll take this. We'll jump over here. What did I just do? That's not what I wanted to do. We'll return this. Return. And then... not okay. Error. What will we do? We will return. Let's do this. Error. I don't care at this point. Like this. Return status code. Internal server error. And then we actually need to change this to some option of JSON. Mistype. And so then this becomes sum. And this becomes a none and done. All right. All right. We're really close. We're wrapping this all around, and it's looking pretty good. We have a connection pull. We're getting and we're saving stuff. We need to do a little bit of work on organization. As you can see, we're starting to get just a lot of stuff in a single file like this. There's SQL functions. There's posting to-dos. This function now needs updated to use a database. We have the function for it. We just don't actually use it. So we'll do that in the next one. This will be pretty quick. It's just updating to use the new function. Oh, I actually did this backwards up here, didn't I? I did this backwards. I did this backwards. We'll do the option in here. Option. Yeah. Okay. Anyways. Anyhow, let's see. My bad. I'm just cleaning up. We got to get to the Kubernetes stuff. Today is configuration day. And it's going to be awesome. Questions before we wrap up, as I'm just cleaning this up. Anybody have questions? Found a reference to the mutex guard. That should be fine. I'm blanking on why this is erroring, but we'll fix it. Oh, wait. Do I need to... I'm blanking. I need to like get a mutable. It'll be okay. We'll take care of that next week. But let's see. And then this is really quick. This should be really quick to update too. When will we get to error handling? I mean, so what do you mean by error handling? The next week, and by next week, I don't mean next week, but the week after, I'd like to get to project organization. We error handle as we do right now, to a certain extent. So if you look at something like this is handling errors. Right now, this is returning it, but there's tracing that we can do and logging that we can do as well. That's not handling the errors any differently. We'll probably still do the same internal server error, because if you don't make it to a database, you don't usually return that to the user. What do? Well, you tell them that there was an internal server error, and then you log it. So this would be a specific log. So we are error handling. Rust implicitly requires you to handle errors for the most part. Throughout all of this, we've had to deal with errors throughout it. So like this some and none is whether there was an ID passed or not. Oh, we can actually do that. Yeah. If you'd like to, that's probably not for a little while. Because the only time that I actually did that wasn't on this front end application. But it was with, there's going to be a second service, because again, this is educational, that does gRPC. And basically, once we get into the gRPC, we're going to convert errors to send them to our errors, so that the other application knows what went wrong, and can do stuff with them. So that's in a little bit, because this first REST client doesn't need those things. Okay, I need to jump to the Kubernetes stuff. I don't love how we ended. But it's actually pretty close. But I need to get to the Kubernetes, and then we can come back, and if I have time after the Kubernetes should be kind of short. Kubernetes. Oh, except it's not building. We shouldn't leave it. Oh. Maybe we jump back to day 5. And use that, because we're using the container from this to deploy to Kubernetes. Crap. Maybe I can just make this maybe I can do this really quickly. This is not a connection. I was not thinking. This is the DP pool. And now we can do the DB pool, and we can do SQLite pool, dot acquire. What did I press? And didn't mean this either. I just meant this. Acquire was not found on it. What, did I mistype it? ACQ. Yeah, it's a method on it. Okay, I mistyped it. Acquire. And then we can do the DB connection here. That should fix that. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Oh, we need to make this mutable. Right. Mute. There we go. Arguments in this function are incorrect. Mismatch types. Okay. We're just going to do what are we letting? We are letting brain cells die. Let DB connection. Nope. Okay. DB connection equals the DB DB connection results. Else, what are we going to do? We're going to return something along the lines of we're going to return status code internal server error and JSON of none. We could actually put a payload in there at some point. Some point is not today. Let's see. Missing closing delimiter. There we go. Wait. Did I? I'm missing a single brace there. Done. Okay. So now we have our database connection, and it's still not happy. All right. Expected struct. Found a mutable reference. Where did I go wrong? I don't know where I went wrong. I don't know. Why is this not working? I don't know. Why is it this is what I did, right? So this should get a connection. Yeah. The result should be a self connection, and since it's an SQLite, it should be a pull connection, which is what we're looking for, a pull connection to SQLite, which is what this should be. And this is saying that we have a SQLite connection. One second. I just got to look over my notes because I either missed something in my notes or I have a subtle difference here. I'm going to look that up later. This should be correct. But we will... like I said, I'm already super far behind. So we're going to have to work off of day 5, unfortunately, because we need a building one, because that's what we were going to do. So let's jump into the Kubernetes section. Sorry about this. I might finish this up after Kubernetes. I really don't like leaving it like this. I'm just not entirely sure why this doesn't like being as it is, because Oh. We're about to have ads anyways. So after the ads, we'll start with the Kubernetes one. I'm gonna see if I can't figure this out really quickly before that. This is annoying me. Sorry. I don't know. I've done this like 20 times. This is my standard way of doing it. This is my standard way. You just you acquire a connection through the database pool. And this is why you don't have to worry about threads here. You await on it. I usually do a question mark because I usually abstract this out, but we're not there yet. DB connection is the connection. Okay, we return that. Then we have the DB connection here, but this is not the... This returns... You know what? I don't know. I don't know how anything else works, but let's do this. Let's do this really quickly. It's saying that it wants a SQLite connection, which we should have one. Let's just change this to a SQLite. I do believe this is wrong. Maybe this is what has been causing it. Okay. Oh, was other errors hiding that? That was gnarly. That was gnarly. Yeah, I had mutable here. I had mutable and you said no. You said no. This is annoying me. All right, wait. What are we doing wrong? We're doing something wrong. We need a mutable pool connection. So every other time, it's not this thing that it gets here. It's not this. It is, we get this pool connection of SQLite. I almost always, I've literally always, and I can point to you working code where we get this pool connection from the acquire. So why are we not now? I don't know. Like I said, we will figure that out. Or I will figure that out either right after... all right. We got to do Kubernetes. I'm sorry. I let that stick just a little too much. I'm sure I could figure it out. I'm a little tired now, but we'll figure it out right after the Kubernetes. I'm not going to let that stand. I'm not going to let that stand. We won't. All right, actually, it's up to you guys right now. Do you guys want to jump to the Kubernetes, or do you want to figure this out and then jump to the Kubernetes? Full debug mode. Full debug mode. We figure this out, or we jump to Kubernetes and we do the Kubernetes class. I don't know how many of you are here for the Kubernetes. If there's a bunch of people here for the Kubernetes, I will jump to Kubernetes right now. If not, we go full debug mode. All right. I'm going full debug mode because I don't like this. And nobody said anything. All right. Full debug mode. Changing my update title. Merrick gets destroyed by Rust. Again. That's what we're doing for right now. Then we'll do it. All right. Thank you guys for not saying anything. You helped me make my choice clear. Why is clear? Stop that. All right. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to jump over here where I have done this before. Because I have done this before, and that's what annoys me. I've done this multiple times. And I'm not going to pull up the completed code for the... because it's quite a bit different. Thank you, Digits. I appreciate it. I will get to the Kubernetes really quick. Hopefully this doesn't take very long. And I'm sorry. I'm super sorry. I super apologize to you. I don't want to show like the end because I wanted it to be a process of building all of that out. But I know that we've done that here. So let's jump into that really quickly in the AI manager service. I believe this is where it is. We'll just go here, Vim, here, source. All right. So in the AI manager, we query, we get the AI, and then we save those things. So we got an event, and we then, handle a follow event. And in this, we're going to save it to the database. Yeah. Okay. So in here, we do SQLite pull. This is just the same SQLite. Maybe I see the problem. Okay, and then we acquire. And on the acquire, we get this connection, which then we write to this thing and this thing. It's a pull connection of SQLite, which then we execute on. Okay. I think I see the problem here. And this was me trying to simplify it, make a step that wasn't the exact same as the end goal. All right. So this SQLite pull here is this object here. It's an SQLite pull. And that is not what we're doing over here because I was trying to make it simpler. So what we do here is this right here. So let's actually do this. We did this pull connection, and I'm just a dum-dum. We're just going to do this SQLite pull. Yeah. Do we have the right? No, we have too many now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have too many. There we go. Done. All right. Oh my goodness. I should have just looked up an example instead of just looking at my notes for the day. Oh, I feel like an idiot. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see. Variable does not need to be mutable. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And then this variable does not need to be mutable. I believe it does, good sir. I believe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Okay. It doesn't. We are get all to-dos requires a mutable connector, but whatever. Okay, cool. Done. We fixed it. My goodness. I just made it the wrong type. I'm sorry. There you go. We fixed it. And now we can do this as well. You know what, though? We didn't do. We have a new to do and we have update to do. So we really need to make a second one of these really quickly. That is update to do. Update to do. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, everyone. I'm so sorry. And this, instead of this, all we do is update to do. No, that would be to do's. Okay. And then we could do like a set. Yeah. Title and completed, done, and then where ID equals question mark. Yeah. Just like this. And then let's see. Let's not do that. And then we'll do title, completed, and then ID. All right. Now we have an update. We have a new. Now all we have to do here instead of this is the same thing we did up here. Let's just copy and paste that really quickly. Oh wow, we really need to work on the organization of this, but we will do that. We will copy this. No, I didn't mean delete. I meant copy. We will do that. And then we'll jump down really quickly to this. We're going to paste that up here like that. We got our connection, and then we can use our connection in here. Instead of this, we're just going to do maybe that. We're letting ChatGPT write some code for us. Scary. We'll see. We can delete that. Okay. I don't like how they wrote this, so we're just gonna delete that. Yeah. We're just gonna delete that. Okay, so if there's some ID, this is an update. So we're updating. Yeah. Okay, I see. We're just consuming the error. I see actually why they did this. We're just consuming the error, or the payload. Because if we're just updating it, what is it giving us? Nothing. So yeah, actually that's fine. Okay, done. Okay, so then this is if it's a new one, and we can get rid of all this shenanigans, because if it's a new one, then we're just going to insert and let the database take care of it. So we'll delete that, and then we'll do basically the exact same thing, but with new to do. Done. Beautiful. We don't have the ID, so we'll do ID of none. That's right. Let's see up really quickly. We're almost to the Kubernetes. We're almost to the Kubernetes. I'm so sorry. This is DB pool, DB done. Okay. New to do has type to do. Thank you. I'm glad that you noticed that. Expected function found. Found to do. Call expression requires function. Wait. Okay. This is I see the problem here. I see the problem here. How do we want to call this? How do we want to deal with this? We really need to update this to return the new to do. So when we update, or wait. Is this update? No. When we create a new one, we actually need to return the ID that was generated for it, right? I'll have to look that up. That's fine. For right now, we're not going to worry about this. Yeah, because basically we need to return that new ID so people know how to query it. Right now, they can just select all of them and find which one they want, which is what the UI is probably going to do anyways. So I'm not super worried about that. And then this needs to be updated to DB pool, done. Awesome. I see the problem here. We are new to do. This is a function new to do, but we also named our thing new to do. Bad on us. We'll just name it to do. That way we don't get this masking to do, shadowing, which fixes that. Beautiful. All right. Cool. Match arms have incompatible types. This is some new, not new to do. We need this to do. There we go. That was a function. Okay. And you know what? We're just ignoring this altogether. There we go. Done. Same here. We're ignoring this altogether. No reason to do that. Done. Because we're not matching. Okay. Yeah. Done. Okay. Done. Beautiful. All right. Does this build? I don't know. Live learning, Rust, code, day 5, day 6. Yeah. All right. Cargo build. Cargo build. Let's do it. All right. Not quite. It is not implemented for state pool. Oh, okay. This is one that we still have yet to handle up here. Get to do's. Okay. Yep. Let's see. The trait bound, blah. The following other types implement handler TS. Handler is not. So this is complaining about our safe pool. and what get and post want here. We're gonna fix this later. This is pretty standard and straightforward. I don't have a problem with this, but we're not gonna fix this right now because I want to actually dive into this. This is actually a really good error to handle because it's a kind of messy diagnostic that might not make a whole lot of sense, and this happens. So required by bound introduced. So there's some bound that this is not fulfilling that it needs to fulfill, and we'll get into that and why it's saying that. Okay, this is good. We're still gonna have to go with day 5, but I much more like that. For the most part, it's all working. For the most part, we have okay. That was the only thing. Okay. Okay. Cool. Awesome. And that brings us to the end of Rust for today. The end of Rust for today. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get up and get a drink. I won't be long. I won't be long, but I'll be like 3 or 4 minutes. I'm going to go get a drink. Then we probably need to redo this entire part because skill issues abounded. Yep. We'll do a recap next week. Now remember, next week we're not doing this because I'll be gone on Saturday because I'm doing Database Day in San Francisco with some real live interviews. So join me on Friday as we're doing a 12-hour stream on databases. A whole bunch of different stuff on databases. And in the end, we're going to actually make our own vector database as a RAG for an LLM that we're going to train on data. It's going to be pretty cool, so please join. Putting a lot of work into that. Okay. As far as this goes, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to go get a drink, and then we're going to get into Kubernetes. I'm sorry it took so long. I thought that this was going to go a little bit faster. I honestly thought that this was going to go just a little bit faster. And then I just skilled issued on that type. My goodness, I'm really angry that I wrote the wrong type in my... So I blindly followed my notes, and my notes had the wrong type there. And... gosh, really sorry about that. All right, getting a drink. I'll be right back. I'm going to run ads. That way we don't get interrupted by ads. And then we're going to learn to configure our application in Kubernetes. And hopefully it'll go a little bit smoother. It should be a pretty short lesson too. Be right back. right now. That way the ads is done when we're, so it doesn't do it during the middle. I meant to do it while I was getting the water to cut off 1.5 minutes of it, but I forgot or didn't do it. All right. Scott B. So I'm going to San Francisco to interview some people. So I have a 12-hour stream on Friday. So this coming Friday, I'll be in San Francisco interviewing people that are doing cutting-edge database stuff. And I'm working with them to do educational things. So like each one's on a topic. Some are going to be more informative than educational. Some are really going to try to be educational over informative. So there'll be there's basically 3 different types of thing that you'll see. You'll see, there's one tutorial, tortilla. There's one tutorial. I think that there's like 2 fireside chats where, I'm going to be interviewing a CEO of a prominent database company about what he sees the future of databases. It's going to be more of a conversation, kind of think of it as a podcasty style thing. Oh, wait, there are ads running. Good point. I'll wait for the ads. My bad. I was getting the ads out of the way. That's what I was doing. Okay, let me get into the Kubernetes stuff, though. Okay. All right, sorry. Ads. They were under my control. And I failed on that one. My bad. Let me update my titles. Update titles. Kubernetes 101. Configuring your pods. Kubernetes 101. Configuring your pods. Okay. So, like I said, next week we're not doing the Saturday streams because on Friday we're doing Database Day. And I will be flying out to San Francisco to do this. Going to be interviewing some people live. There's a couple different types of chats that you're going to get from Database Day. So the one is fireside chats, where I'm going to be interviewing a CTO of a prominent database company on the future, what he thinks the future, a little bit of the past, but also the future of databases, what he's excited about, what he's looking forward to, and some stuff like that. The other type of thing that you're going to get to experience there is you're also going to get to experience a tutorial. And this is all about vectors. This one's going to be building a RAG with a vector database and training an LLM and making it use that RAG. So that should be pretty fun. And then you're going to get some conversations on databases that are meant to be educational. So some of these could be whiteboards, some of them could have other presentations and slides. Be sure to bring your questions to all of these because at the very end of the day, at the end of the day, after all of this is done, we're going to do a Q&A with like a panel of a couple of us where you can ask your questions and we'll do our best to answer them. So please join, because if database day is a big deal and people like it a lot, hopefully we can do more of these types of things and get other companies on board with it. So anyways, please join next Friday. It's running for 12 hours. So if you ask me when, it starts at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or that's 9:30 PS or 8:30 Pacific Standard Time. And there's more information in the Discord. Let's get into Kubernetes. Yeah, I got your 12 cents. Perfect. I wish I got 12 cents for you watching an ad. I might make 12 cents off of today running ads to 20 people for 5 hours. It might be 20 cents. I might be at 20 cents. It's copious amounts of money that I'm making off of that. And I meant like total, not per hour, not per person. I meant 20 cents total. I would just disable the ads if I could. All right. So last week we made a deployment. If we look here, we made this deployment file, this deployment that deployed our application. We built a container and we learned to push that container to a public repository where it could be pulled. And we got it pulling and running, but it was stuck in a crash loop back off. Russell, please ask that, but be prepared for a rant. It's such a cool feature, non-volatile RAM, like PMEM. It's such a cool feature that makes you think about applications differently. Okay, if you love rants, then there's going to be a guy named Andy, and he's going to do 2 talks, hopefully. Andy likes ranting, so ask him some questions. Ask Andy questions if you like rants. Fantastic rants. Maybe one of the most knowledgeable people I know. Loves rants. All right, so it was on a crash loop back off, and if you remember cargo run, if we just run our project, it ran with the same thing. Our application wants a port, and we weren't giving it a port. We're just running a container. If we look here in our deployment, if you look in our deployment, we just give it the container, and the container runs whatever it is. Now, there's a couple ways we could fix this. We could fix this. The first way, this is a pretty bad way. I'm not necessarily recommending you do this, but we could open the Docker file, and here we could actually give it a command. We could actually give it a command. And you could do that here in the container. But the reason that this isn't very good is because this actually forces everybody that uses this to run with those. And generally, you build your containers very generic for how people want to use them. And a lot of the times, you're going to yourself be leveraging a container somebody else built. So we want a better way of doing this, right? So this can't be it. So let's jump back over to the deployment and let's figure out how to give a command here. So one of the things that you can do in your container here, so in this container, our learn Rust one, you can actually give args. So we could do args like this. And these are args that it's going to pass to our container. So our arg that we want would be, I don't know, port. And we'll just do 8080. Okay, so let's deploy this to our cluster and see how this works. So we can do, if you remember, it is K or kubectl. A lot of times this is just K is just an alias of kubectl. Apply -f. And we have our Rust deployment. Now, I started a new kind cluster just for this. So let's do it. Now, we didn't push a new container image. Let's see what's happening. K get pods. It's in container creating. Container creating. This is a little odd. Why is it taking so long? Let's check the logs. Okay, logs. Boom. No logs. That's right, because if the container hasn't created yet, you can't expect to get logs from it. Okay, so that kind of makes sense. Let's K describe. Let's describe this. So describe pod. Okay. So we successfully pulled the image, back off restarting failed container. That doesn't look right. Oh. It's execing port. So this is an interesting thing that we have to learn about containers. One thing that we can do is we can do Docker entry point versus CMD. This is a tricky one that gets people. There's a lot of people that have written up on it because of it. CMD sets the default parameters that can be overridden from the Docker command line interface when a container is running. Entry point defaults parameters that cannot be overridden when the Docker container runs with the CLI parameter. So if you look here, we gave it this arg. And the funny part is this overrides what we wrote here in our Docker file, which is this file. So it's not passing this as an argument to it. This is just overriding it. So let's see if we can't make this a little bit better. Now, you might be tempted to jump into here and put that in here, but there's another thing that you can do here, which is the command. So this is the command. So we're just telling it which command to run. And this is not correct. We're going to just really quickly jump over here. This is not super great, but this should be fine. Our container image is a little bit of a mess, just a little bit of a mess. All right, so let's try this. All we have to do is apply it again. We don't have. Did we write it? Did we write? I did save it. Okay, so all we have to do is apply it again. So let's apply it again, and let's see what we're doing. And now it's running. Now, we're taking this bit by bit. So we're going to make better containers, because I'm not saying that this is a good container by any means or following best practice. We're doing things to learn as we go and understand what these things mean. I think too often command versus entry point gets people. So to be fair, I use entry point a lot more than I do command. Yeah. So command is a lot better if you're building something general purpose. If you're building something purpose built, it's usually entry point. Like I want, if we're running this container, the Learn Kubernetes Rust, I want us to be running our to-do app. Nothing else should be in there. And because of that, we probably should just use entry point. We're getting there, Russell. We're getting there, Russell. We're getting there. All right, so it's running. Super cool. Now, one of the things that, but is there any other way to configure this? So, I mean, we've done this, and this is nice. We have it in our file here, and that's great. But is there any other way to configure our running application? And the answer is yes, there is. The answer to that is a thing called config map. So again, almost every single Kubernetes structure you can find by Googling Kubernetes and then the data structure, or in this case, config map. So, and this is bringing you right to config maps. So almost every single one of them. Now you can also just go through configuration concepts, 100%. But I'm not gonna read this whole thing to you guys because this is just the applicable portion of learning Kubernetes. So a config map is super powerful and allows you to have these configuration objects that does different things. It can set environment variables, config maps, and pods. So basically, you can make these config maps, and then you can leverage them in your pods and do a bunch of stuff with them. So this is, again, you can see they're running Alpine, and the command they're doing is just sleep, but they're setting up an environment from a key map, a config map. Super duper powerful. So you can then manage these config maps via GitOps or things like that, and manage the configuration of the different applications via this. So yeah. And we're going to jump into doing config maps as well. Now, what Russell is asking, I wasn't really prepared to do that today, but Russell's basically asking, you see how we said that this is bound to port 8080? Let's get the logs of port 8080. So let's get the logs of this. So we can do k logs like this, and you'll see there's no logs. That's probably fine. It has nothing to be logging. We can check that, make sure it's still running. It's still running. So, well, I was going to do exposing it next time, but we're actually really burning through this. Do people want... the next thing I was going to do is set up a config map and read it in as an environment variable. That was what I was going to do if people would like to expose something via a config map. If people are kind of like, hey, I can read that and we can just do it in the future when we have more things to configure, because today we actually added another thing, the database URL. And so what I was going to do is make it so that we can do all of those things through a config map, but we don't have the newest one yet. So it doesn't actually make as much sense. So we can push doing the config map and we can jump on to exposing it. Because what Russell is going to say is when we ran it locally, so when we did cargo run, let's see, port 3000 like this, I have misspelled that a couple times now. Cargo run. And you can see when it's run here, we can open up a WES term over here and we can curl that and actually access it. So let's pull up that curl to-dos. You can see that we're actually getting a response from our thing. Now, if that goes the same, can we do that with our Kubernetes? We bound it to 8080, right? And you're going to see that it failed. Well, why did it fail? It's running. It's running. So why does this fail? That's what is being asked. And this answer to that is that Kubernetes has its own network. So if you do get services, it has this thing called a cluster IP. And this is there's a CIDR for Kubernetes things, and they're all internal. All of the IP addresses that this has is internal to your Kubernetes cluster. It means we can't actually access our Ultra To-Do app via the current deployment. That's a good point, Russell. That's a good point. So I like how Russell has done this. So we're turning a little bit. We'll do more configuration. We learned how to at least get the args in right now. And we're going to learn more configuration in the next episode. We're going to configure it better and better each time. But right now, we can't actually even access it. It's running in Kubernetes, but we can't actually curl it like we can. So what we need to do is basically, we need to create a service to expose this. Now, when you're working in the clouds, you can use something called a load balancer, and I'll do a demo on a cloud if you guys would like. I can actually do it on my local cloud of what a load balancer looks like, but we can't do that in kind. Now, in kind, we can use so you see this thing as a load balancer. We can't actually use that on bare metal without a lot of extra work, but we can use something called a node port. And so we're going to do that. But before we do that, we actually have to delete our kind cluster. So you're going to do kind delete cluster. Now, if you have a K0s cluster, you don't need to do this. This is just if you're running kind. This is a step for kind and kind only. And what we're going to do here is we're going to actually create vim config.yaml. And what we need to do is we need to tell our Kubernetes or our kind installation how to port services to our local host. So we need to bridge that because there is no bridge at this point. They're in containers. This is very much a kind configuration here. And it while it's simple, it's just telling it where it's listening. So yep. How do I get this to people? There is a live stream channel on my Discord. If you want this file, if you want this, you're going to have to go and join that Discord because I am posting it there right now. So go join the community. We have fantastic mods, so behave. Yeah. So now what we can do here is just kind, create cluster. And instead of just doing nothing like we normally do, we have to do the config of, what did we name it? Config YAML. Config YAML. Done. Thank you, Russell. That was on an older version. Hopefully that doesn't cause a problem with the worker nodes. Okay, cool. Okay. All right. So we now have a bridge between our Kind cluster, because Kind is running this in containers. It's maybe a little bit confusing, but we built a bridge. And so that's fantastic. If you're not using Kind, you don't have to worry about this. This is kind of a Kind specific issue. If you're using microcates, they have a different way of doing it. You'll have to Google that. If you're running it on bare metal with like K0s, you don't have to worry about any of this. All right. So now we need to create a service. A service is a way for other things to access it. Because think about it. I want to take a time to draw a picture here for you guys. Okay, not in Rust. In Kubernetes 101. Let's do new folder. This is April. Wait. It's the 27th. 27 of April 04, 2024. All right, and we're going to do a new drawing in here for you all. All right, so what I want to show you guys is when you're running in Kubernetes, remember that we could have a bunch of workers. So if all of these are workers and your workload could be running on one of these, it means the physical location of your application, your pod, could be anywhere. It could be here, it could be here, it could be here. If you're running with a replica of 3, it could be all of them. It could be all on this one. There's ways to ensure this doesn't happen, but that's later. Okay, so in this case, we're only running one. How do we know where it is? And that's where services come in. Now, if you want more deep dive on services, I have a YouTube video of where are my services that kind of goes into where they're actually are. And we'll get more into that. But if you're finding it interesting, this service is going to give us an entry point, and it's going to keep track of where the pod is. So if the pod moves, just like this arrow, that service is going to move with it. And this gives you a single point of entry for that application. It also allows you to expose it externally if you want, although you don't have to. So let's go ahead and create a service. So we're going to do it the same way we created deployment. We're going to do create service. We're going to name the service. What is the service name going to be? We're going to call it alt to do service. And I haven't created a service from the command line for a little while. I need to give it the app selector. And I'm blanking on it. kubectl create service. What's the option for the selection? This is none of the things that I wanted. This is none of I should have done node port. All right. I that was my mistake. We do want to do a node port service. Node port. They capitalize? Yeah. No, they don't. Okay. It needs to be capitalized as the type. Node port. So there's 4 different types of services. We're going to focus on 2, node port and load balancer. So like I said, next class, we can do the load balancer one, and I'll just do it in like a DigitalOcean Kubernetes cluster, or on the null clouds one. All right. But we're going to do a node port. And let's see. Let's see. Oh, I can't do the selector. Can I not do like the app selector? All right, well, that's fine. We'll deal with this. Okay, so node port, ultra to do service. Let's do O of YAML and then a dry run of client. And we're going to output this to ultra to do service .yaml. At least one TCP support. Okay. Russell, I generally do too, but I wanted to show that you can do it via the command line, because if you're planning on taking one of the tests, it's really important that you can do this via the command line. This is when I went and got my CCNA, that's like the thing that I practiced, and I used to be good at it, and that was years and years and years ago. I forget all of them at this point. But it's really important that you're good at this, because it saves you. It saves you from a lot of what the CCNA. Did it really do LS in there? My goodness. It saves you a bunch of time, because now we can BIM this ultra to do. We can actually just look in here for our ultra to do service, and we can see it's kind of built up our thing for us. But yeah, I do a lot of that too. Now, this is what I wanted to update, and I know that there's a good way of doing this, but this app selector of alt to do is how it knows what application to find. So if we look over here in our deployment, and we can see that our app label is alt to do. This is our app label. So this is what we want. This is our selector. And we're seeing that we're putting this alt to do as our app label. So we can jump back over here and we can do our selector as just this. Okay, cool. Now you'll notice that there's a target port and a port. That's interesting. It also has a name, and you can give these, like, they don't have to be this. Named ports are really powerful, and we'll dig into that later. But what's the difference between the port and the target port? Let's Google it. Kubernetes port versus target port. Does that not give Kubernetes documentation? I thought Kubernetes had a thing on this. All right, well, that's not a good place to go. Let's just jump here. Let's see what this says. Actually, it might just say it here. Target port is the port on which the service will send requests to. That's what your pod will be listening on. So this is really important for you to understand your configuration. Because this is the target port that the service is going to be targeting on, and the port is the port that it's going to be listening on. So if we want this to listen on port 8080 as well, we can do this as 8080 as well. Thank you so much for the follow. But let's do it on two different. Let's do this one on 3000. So the container will. So what this is saying is that the node port is going to listen on 3000. And it's going to target 8080 inside the container. Is that what we configured our container to look at? Let's look at it. We configured it for 8080. So it should be listening on 8080. Cool. Will this work? Let's I wasn't quite prepared for this today, but we kind of blew through what we needed to, so we're just doing it. Let's apply the service. K apply a service. Apply -F ultra to do a service. Let's check it out. So now we can do get services. Remember, any type that you can apply, whether it's a deployment or whatnot, you can do get with it. Even custom resource definitions that we haven't gotten into. And we can see we have our Ultra To-Do service. It's a node port, and it's bound here. Awesome. Thank you so much for the follow. All right, now, one thing to be important that we noticed. Let's get services. Let's do this, but let's actually get our Ultra To-Do service. So we're gonna get our Ultra To-Do and do a O YAML. We want to get the output in YAML. All right, we do this and we can look through this. So we're seeing target port, and we're seeing port, and we're seeing node port. Wow, this is some interesting information, and it's a little confusing, right? Well, let's just give it a shot and see what happens. Let's just give it a shot and see what happens. All right, so let's curl this like we've been able to before. Curl. All right, it couldn't connect, but Merrick, I thought you said the port 3000 was the one that it's listening on. I did, and I lied to you. I lied to you because this would work if it was a load balancer and you could assign the port, but this is a node port and it's giving us 30,000. A node port is going to give you a random port on the machine. So let's try that. Let's try that. 30,000, 714. All right, still couldn't connect. What's going on? What is going on here? All right, so neither of these are working as we would expect it to. Let's get our service again and look at this. What are we seeing here? Well, this is a lot of information and a little bit less information that I like to use. Instead of YAML, you can just do wide, which gives you an interesting amount of information, but not too much information. And we can see that we have a selector here, and we have a cluster IP, and we have no external IP because this is what you would get with a load balancer. And we see it's a node port, and we can see that we have a 30,000 and 3714. So it didn't work out quite as we wanted. So let's go ahead and edit this file. Well, we can just go ahead and edit the file in Vim or Visual Studio Code, and let's open up our service. Okay, so the node port is getting assigned for us. There's nothing we can do about that. So let's go back and do Kubernetes node port and see what they have. Services. Okay, services. Kubernetes services. Defining a service. We can see that they do port and target port like we did. This is what port it's going to listen to, what port it's piping that into the container. We can look at our port definitions. Very cool. Let's open up, let's do node port. All right, exposes the service on the node port's static IP address. Let's see if there's information on this specific one. All right, so we did the selector with the name. Did we do the whole app? You know what, maybe we need to do this. I don't think we do. I think just app is fine, but we'll do, you know what, fine. All right, but let's look at this. We do, all right. By default and for convenience, the Kubernetes control plane will allocate a port from the range. So again, you can actually, there's reasons you don't want to do that. But you can reserve node port ranges. Generally, we'll be fine with this. By default, for convenience, the target port is set to the same as the port field. Okay, so this is what's causing us problems here, is our port field was set to the same thing. And that is because it's a node port. And the reason that's happening is because the node port has to allocate something on the machine at a very high level. And And so it's not like the load balancers that you would get in the cloud. Okay, so this makes sense. This is just getting set to 3000. That's not really what we wanted. We wanted this to be 8080. Because if you remember, our port that the service is going to listen to is that node port. Cool, let's apply this, and that should fix it. Okay, apply dash. If this doesn't fix it, I screwed up somewhere else. Dash F, ultra to do a service. Done. Let's just curl it. It's gonna work. It's gonna work. That's not the right port. What did we set it at? I forget what we set it at. 8080. Okay. No. Our node port is that. No, that is our node port. Well, let's see if it gave us a new one. No, it didn't. Uh-oh. I smell an error. Did I screw this up? Let's see. Type node port, selector, ultra to do. Our selector is right? Ultra to do. Let's see. Port. You know what? This might be how I have, one second. Wait. The selector is ultra to do, right? Yeah, it's this. That's correct. I think I might have, we can look at this, but yeah, that's ultra to do on the selector. Uh-huh. Labels, this shouldn't matter. But we can update it, right? The service is labels. Actually, I wanted that one. Shouldn't be fine because it should just worry about the selector, right? We can update that. I have an idea of something else, but it selects based off of this, right? And that's the right selector. It doesn't select based off of its labels, right? It's not trying to select itself. It's trying to select the app, which if we do k get whoa. Pods. Where did our pods go? Oh, we're in the wrong namespace? How did we change namespaces? Whoa. Did we delete the deployment? When did we do this? There is no service. Did we delete? Did we Do you guys remember me deleting the deployment? Oh my gosh. I deleted the Kubernetes cluster. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. We might be debugging nothing because there was... I did delete the... There was nothing for the service to go to. Step 1 of writing a service. Have something for the service to deploy to, or to point to. Yeah, how to check the live backends. So that's actually, there are ways to check for the health checks, and we will get into that. That's a good one to put in there. Let me actually just put that down. I don't know if I have it down here. Pod health checks. All right. Let's see if it's working. Okay, well, it's still not working, but at least we have this. Okay, that's what I wanted to. YAML, because I want to check the actual labels that it has. So let's check the labels. Yeah, app ultra to do. Alt to do. Oh, wait. No, it's alt to do. That's what we did the selector on, is alt to do. Yep. On port 8080. And it's running. Okay, get pods. Done. Okay. It's running. The service is running. All right, what I wanted to say was this might be how I have... let's pull up the... I want to look up kind documentation. Kind. This might be how I piped it through. Load balancer. No, I just wanted node port. I don't want to do all this. Node port. How do I search? We can just go through this. Node port. All right. To use port mappings with node port, they use the kind container port, and the service node port needs to equal. What did I set this to? I don't remember. I think I set it to just 30,000. What did I configure this to? This is what I'm thinking. Yeah, I just set it to 30,000. The container port. This is what I was thinking, because I piped it directly to a thing on the local host. I got to match that. So we're going to actually set node port to this. Beautiful. This is going to work guaranteed. Not guaranteed. It's not going to like us to change it. Okay. K delete service ultra to do service. Deleted. Now we're going to apply that. What? Does this need to be node port? One second. Skill issue, okay, get service dash o YAML. Node port. Yeah. No. That's right. I'm just, skill issuing. Okay, well, we'll delete. We got it this time. We got it this time. Okay. Okay, get services. It's going. And now we told it which port we wanted it on. We wanted it on this 30,000. So now we should be able to curl on 30,000. 30,000. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Connection reset by peer. So it worked, but not fully. It worked, but not fully. Let's. But this is pretty good because it actually means like something is happening, which is nice and dandy. Let's actually check out there. So this is them binding to the node port on the host port 80. Cool. Oh, wait. What host port did I? 1 second. I think I just screwed up this config altogether. I did it on 30,000. I did host and container port on 30,000. Okay. That's right. And so then our node port needs to match the container port, which it does. Okay. And then our port can be whatever we want. Correct. Why does this not work? We could get rid of the role of worker. So don't be fooled. This is a lot easier in a real cluster where you can use a load balancer. Let's just deploy this to a real cluster. I have a real cluster. This should work in kind, but this is complexity of running a local Kubernetes cluster. Let me reset this and do this on a different cluster that has load balancers, and I'm going to show you how easy that is. Yes, kind does something with routing tables to make that work. That's 100% what this is doing. It's just doing some local routing, but I don't know why. I don't know why we don't have what this is, but I think what we're debugging here is a kind thing. Sorry, I wasn't actually 100% prepared to do this, but we kind of took a turn in what we were going to do. And today has been a day of skill issues. So, it's kind of fitting. Get deployment. We have the ultra to do. It's working. Cool. Wide. Yeah. The selector is alt to do. Cool. Well, and honestly, it's again why I do some of this live is because we could just do I could do a perfect walled garden, but I do like the let's debug this now. Okay, so I think that part of what we're doing right now is debugging kind. I don't see a problem with our Rust deployment. Let's just do this. Let's open up another one over here and code live learning code. Day 5. Let's just go there, and then let's just open this up, and we are going to look at the service. We're just gonna pull them up side by side. Uh-oh. Let's abort. Did we not save the service the last time we were in it? That's weird because it's correct. Okay, service. Well, this is because we're in it still. Let's abort. So we saved this, and now let's jump over to the deployment. There might be a file now. This sucks. We'll get it. We'll get it though. Go to the service, edit anyways. We'll just go for it. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to have these side by side to look at. So the labels for For the service is selecting the alter to do. This one is labeled the alt to do. Yep. Exposing on 8080. This is going to go to 8080. Beautiful. Name is a garbage name. Doesn't matter. This looks right. Yeah, Russell, this looks right, correct? Just validating that I'm not missing something stupid. You could expose to test. Oh, true. Do we want to do that, or do we want to make a load balancer and just do it on the null cloud that has support for load balancers? Not sure why load balancer is there. Where do you see load balancer? It's node port. This here for the status. I think that was just generated. I think you don't need that. So we could delete the status. And then we could create it. This should print something if it handled the connection, but it's not dealing with it. It's not getting to this. Okay, yeah, let's do a port forward. So a port forward is a very good debugging tool when you're stumped with your Kubernetes networking. So what port forward allows you to do is basically set up a tunnel into your Kubernetes cluster using the Kubernetes command line into a pod. You can also exec into a pod if it supports that. But let's do a port forward. Okay, so we have our pod right here, this pod here. So we'll just do kubectl port forward and to the pod that we want, and then we need to, do the whole thing. 8080 is the IP on the pod that we want to hit, and we'll just do 5,000 on this on our side. All right, so we're forwarding. I did this backwards. So let me. So 5,000 to 8080. I did that backwards. All right. So we're forwarding from our localhost 5,000 to there. And what we can do now is we should be able to curl on the 5,000 point and curl on our 5,000. Which is responding, which means our container is running, we're accessing it, and it's good to go. Okay, so Russell, this is one of those things that I hate to admit out loud because I always feel like, oh, I'm such a good Kubernetes engineer. I always switch them. I feel like it depends on which one you're doing, on which way I always get them backwards. And then I know this. And so this time I was like, I get them backwards, so I'm going to do them the other way, which I must have gotten them the correct way because I did them backward. Whatever. Okay. I don't know why that's so hard for me. Kubernetes networking was invented by the devil. Networking is just hard, to be honest. Okay, so we got this. Let's do this. Let's apply this to a real cluster because I honestly think at this point it's how I have kind set up, and I don't want that to to mess with what we have. So what we can do is we can do k config use. Let's see. We want our kind 0 cluster. K create namespace. Live learning tests. And then we can do k config set context current namespace equals live learn tests. Done. K get pods. All right. So if you guys don't know what I did, and we'll talk more about this, this is just configuring the Kubernetes command line. Thank you, Future Highway, for subscribing. You are directly supporting live. I was looking at me. I'm so sorry. Gosh, dang it. Gosh. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Mr. Anonymous. It wasn't Future Highway. You should thank Mr. Anonymous. My Twitch alerts don't say that very well. I need to fix that. Thank you, whoever you are. You're directly supporting my pain and suffering in doing some of this live learning. I hope that you guys are enjoying it. I hope we're learning something. And thank you for directly supporting me. Okay, so let's do this. What I did here that you guys didn't see because I had my big stupid face covering it was this. It's just a little bit of configuring your local command line, but I switched to a different Kubernetes cluster. So this was kconfig use context. I switched to this cluster, which is actually what runs the Twitch alerts that subscription uses. The next thing that I did was I created a namespace for this. This is a way to segregate stuff out, and that's actually my production cluster. So I don't want to accidentally intermingle it with something else. And then the last step that I did was I said, hey, I want to actually default to using that namespace. So when I do kget pods, it goes directly to that namespace. All right, now let's apply the things that we have to a real Kubernetes cluster. Let's do it. K apply. This is actually going to be easier to debug than inside of kind. -f. Let's see. We have the Ultra to do service, and we have the Ultra to do app deployment, Rust deployment. Done. Now let's do kget services. All right. Now, the interesting thing here, as a node port, it's not on localhost anymore. This thing is running on a real Kubernetes cluster, not on my machine. So the node port, what we can do to access it is let's do let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. Let's do kget nodes. And we can see here we have our nodes. We don't actually care which one it's on, but what we do need is an IP address from them. So let's do O wide. Here we can see some IP addresses. Yep. I was like, where's the IP addresses? So we're just going to hit this worker right here. So now we're going to curl to this worker. Get service O wide, wide. So we're going to hit this one right here. So let's do this. Let's curl this right here. And instead of localhost, as it's not running on localhost, we're going to run on 10. Thank you so much, IMSEC. IMSEC with a raid. You guys came in and saved us. We were skill issuing hard before you came, and we're probably going to continue to skill issue hard at the time. IMSEC, what were you guys working on? What were you guys working on? Do I have... Oh my gosh. You know what? When we're talking about getting the ports backwards? Oh. Oh. It's okay. It's okay, everyone. This is the port it's listening to on the node. Okay. No. This is the right. This is 3,000 or 30,000. Yeah. This is still problematic. IMSEC, what were you guys working on? Let's give a shout out to IMSEC. Shout out. IMSEC. All right, let's see. It shouldn't matter what node you it shouldn't matter what node you hit, because all nodes should get updated with the route. That's how Kubernetes works. For all of you guys that are just joining, we're doing a little bit of like live educational content. Now, one thing that we could do here that's going to be cheating. Do you guys want to cheat? Let's do this. K edit. This is how I do most of my stuff, which is a little different. Service, ultra to do, service. We're going to delete some stuff. We're going to delete this node port. We're gonna leave this 80. That's fine. We're gonna change this to load balancer because we have a load balancer on this beautiful piece of hardware. Okay, so now we can do kget services. And we actually have an external IP address to do that you can actually just go to. Oh wait, this looks wrong here now. Maybe we need to edit that again. Yeah. We don't want the node port. Yeah, and the target port. I don't know why. Maybe it. We'll ignore that for now. Let's actually curl this. 54. And that was on 80. Cancel that. To dos, right? What are we doing? I have a typo somewhere that is causing me all sorts of problems. I have a typo somewhere that's causing me... No, this is the right IP address. It's the load balancer, right? External IP address. Oh, no, it's... There we go. Thank you, Russell. Interesting. Do you see how much time that's taking? Yeah, we're live learning Kubernetes. Live learning Kubernetes. Right now, we're live learning how to fail at Kubernetes. Yeah, the back end is alive. Alive and kicking. That's a good question because that was a problem. Let's see. Yeah, the port is 8080. We're going to, right? Why? Okay, get pods. Oh, YAML. Why? You know what we're going to do? K delete service. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually come in here, and instead of node port, we're going to load balancer this out. Load balancer this out. We're going to delete the node port here like that. Done. And now we're going to apply this. Should be, but let's not. It should be just a different way of saying the same thing. But let's not take any chances because something is not playing well. All right, here we go. Come on. You can do it. Oh. Uh-oh. We don't have any services? I could just spell services correctly. It's okay. It's okay. I could just spell it correctly. Let's see. Let's see. It's 67 seconds old. 8080. We got it. We got it. 54. What the garbage? Have I screwed up so badly here? Yeah, it's just going to default to port 80. Which we could update this to be port 80 because it's a service now. But what have I done wrong? That's not right though, Russell. I mean like I can try it, but this isn't the correct thing. What? I screwed something up. I've done this 100,000 times. Maybe not 100,000 times, but I've done this a bunch of times. What did I screw up here? Line 19. Oh, you're right. Let's I think those two things are the exact same, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh wait, that has to be the wrong port. That's just, if that's the right port, I mean, it's not. It's just not. It's just not. Okay, lesson learned. App does not equal app Kubernetes, which makes sense. I don't know why I have name in here. I'm just a dum-dum. I thought that I did it with just name first. I don't know. I cross-pollinated somewhere. There you guys go. Thank you. I think it was Cypher. Thank you, Cypher. Nice catch, Cypher. Yeah, I put it up here, and I forgot about the template for the pod. Let's go back to kind. Yeah. Let's delete what we have here because I don't want this stuff here, and I'll forget about it. Okay, delete service, service, ultra to do service. Okay, delete deployment. Ultra to do, K, delete namespace, live learn tests. Cool. Now, while that is deleting that, because there are finalizers are your friend. Kind of. Let's jump over here and update this back to a node port. This then needs to have node port 3000. All right, done. And then I'm going to summarize exactly what went wrong, why it's fixed, and how that works in Kubernetes, because this is a good learning lesson for services. And thanks to everybody for the my brain fart. I had a rough learning Rust episode. I had a rough one. That one kicked my butt, and it was all because I have high level notes, and then I actually have a reference architecture, but I don't look at the reference architecture because it's way different, because it's the whole app built out. And we're taking it as steps, and that's fine. But I had the wrong thing, and I just blindly used the wrong thing, and that caused me to waste like 30 minutes of time. It was frustrating me. Okay, so let's jump back. So if you remember, I don't know why I did that. Let's do k config. So we want to change our config. We want to use a context of our kind cluster that we made. So kind cluster. So we'll jump back into that. And we're just going to k delete deployments, ultra to do. We're going to delete both that and the service, ultra to do service, and then we're going k apply -f Rust deployment, and then did I k apply -f did I mistype that? I might have mistyped it. K apply -f service, ultra to do service. K get service -o wide. All right. Port 3000. Are we ready to curl? Are we ready for this to succeed? Curl. Local host 3000. Cypher. Everybody give a round of applause to Cypher. Cypher is the MVP. Eagle Eyes is his real name. Hawkeyes, is that the there's a superhero, right? Is it Hawkeyes? I think he, like, I don't know, can see really well. His name's Hawkeye, though. Pretty sure he can see pretty well. That's what I'm going with. Captain Sparrow Eyes. So let's talk about what happened. We're going to talk about the error. We're going to draw a picture to understand what happened. We're also going to draw the two different scenarios. We did the load balancer, and then we came back and did this. The load balancer is a little easier to debug, in my personal opinion. Okay, so what happened? This is this is our curl command. And our curl command needed to hit the pod. And as we said, this pod could be running on any one of these machines. You know, we can do k get nodes and see that, oh, well, okay, in this one, in the other one, we had multiple ones. In this one, we only have one worker in our kind cluster, but there's multiple ones it could be running on. And this service exposes it. And there's two different types that we've explored today. There was the node port, and there is the load balancer. What a node port does is, if you're leveraging a node port properly, a node port allows, let's say this with a node port, let's say you get a node port of the 30,000. That's what we were doing. 30,123. That means on localhost on any machine in the Kubernetes cluster, the IP of this machine, you can go to this machine and hit that port, and it will forward you onto the service, even if it's here. So if you hit this machine at node port 3000, it will say, I know where that is. It's not on me. It's over here. It's on this machine. It's running right here. Pretty cool. Okay. What a load balancer does is a load balancer is a lot slicker, and is really actually up to your cloud to implement. So your load balancer says, I will give you an IP right here. I will give you an IP. In our case, it was like 10.1.1.54. And that's right here. So you can just hit this IP address, and we will forward you directly to the pod. So that's the difference between a node port and a load balancer. Now, what was our problem? Our problem didn't matter between node port and load balancer. Our problem had a distinct issue. How does this service know what port to forward stuff into? What pod? We could run lots of different ones. So this is our to-do app. But we could also be running on our Kubernetes cluster why did that? Okay. We could also be running in our Kubernetes cluster some sort of other app. Let's say a Facebook competitor. That's what we're going to be programming next. So we have a Facebook competitor. All right, so how does it know for this load balancer, where to put that traffic? And that is this selector. So in our service, in this service here, we have a selector. And that selector says any pod with the name, with the app.kubernetes.io/name, alt to do app. That stands for ultra. We should have spelled ultra. We'll probably fix that in a future episode. And what we didn't have was we had a label ultra to do. And so the problem that happened here was that this has to match. The whole selector has to match. That means the key and the value. So the key was different. Then you'll notice we actually have this in two places. This is the deployment, but we really want to route traffic to the pods. And the pods spec is here. See this template? This template is the template for the pod spec. And so we needed the label here as well. This was what our friend Hawkeyes found and executed And it was just my blanking on the labels. So we can actually delete these labels, these app labels. A lot of people use the app labels. I don't know why over here I have the Kubernetes, the app Kubernetes name selector. I'm wondering if this is what the service generated. We generated the service through the command line, and I bet you it generated this, and I'm shooting myself in the foot. I'm such an idiot. I wasn't checking this. Okay, so that is how it does that. That's how the service routes your stuff through it. I pulled it from the service docs. No, I think I did create service, right? I did kubectl create service, right? Did I pull it from the docs? I might have pulled it from the docs. I don't think I did. Maybe I did. It's fine. One way or another, this was the thing that got... I used the docs for kubectl create, right? Again, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. However it got here, we mixed and matched, and you can't mix and match. Moral of the story. I'm not going to argue with Cypher because he caught it. So if he said that's what I did, that's what I did. That's what I did. 100%. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not going to argue with you. You'll pull up the footage. I know you will. It will be in Discord later. Later, it will be in Discord. Okay. So where does that leave us? Well, that leaves us in a fairly good state. We have our application and we can actually use it. We can actually curl it and get our responses. This is cool. What we need to do next is do more configuration. So we want to use config maps because in this latest episode of the Rust, we actually added a database URL. So we want to have a way to dynamically edit those configurations. And so we're going to use a config map to do that and bring a little bit more configuration. The other thing that we can do is we can go over this service again to do it a little bit cleaner. Somebody asked, we are doing this in kind, but we actually did it in this video. We did it in two ways. We did it with a load balancer on the null cloud, and we did it in kind. How would you test this before looking at the network? I don't know. Russell, do you have a good way of testing this? Other than looking at the service, like other than looking at the network, that's why it was easier on the null cloud because I had a real network there instead of the port forwarding. Well, we did port forward to the service, yes. But I meant, how would you validate that this is correct? I thought you were asking, how would you validate if this is correct before applying it? And I don't know that you can. Or I don't have a good way of doing it. We also did a port forward. Ooh. You know what? I haven't done this. Port forward. Can we Kubernetes port forward to label selector? Can we do that? I have never done that. Yeah, I've done this where you're actually calling out a pod. Here's a replica set. And this is forwarding to a service, but we knew that was broken. Doesn't sound possible. Thank you so much for the follow. It would act like a load balancer, I guess, right? Or pick a random pod. Yeah. But can we do it based off a label is what I'm asking. I've never done that. kubectl port forward on label. Let's just try it. Let's stop this. Let's kubectl port forward label. Did I copy and paste the wrong one? I think I did. Why does copy and paste suck so much some of the time? All right, let's see. This should be equals. All right, okay, I tried. It doesn't say it in the docs, but I tried. Oh, good point. But it would fail because I had no selector, so you'd see that there was an issue with the service. Well, we knew that there was an issue with the service. I don't know that that would have actually mattered because we port forwarded to the pod, right? We did kubectl port forward. I guess you're right that it would have proven that it wasn't the kind cluster, or that was the problem. You're correct. No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. It still wouldn't because it could have still been the connection to the service. Oh, but you're right that it would have shown that the service wasn't working. You're right. That would have been a good one. Yeah, yep. No, you're correct. We could have port forward to the service. And should have. 100%. We still would have needed Cypher. But yeah, we should have done like a service. No. Port forward service. Oh, tab complete doesn't work on this. What is it? What was it called? Ultra to do service. And then, yeah. What is the, we did like 5,000 to 8080. I mistyped kubectl. We'll just do K. Port fort. You got to get a port fort before they're gone. It's a portable fort. There we go. And this would have not worked. So this works now, right? We could actually just test this really quickly. So let's do our curl, and yeah, this would work because it's done. Yeah. So this would have helped us realize that the service was broken, not that it was a connection between the node port. We wouldn't have spent any of the time debugging our kind cluster setup. 100%. Good call out, Russell. All right. Thanks, everyone that stuck around. Thanks, everybody, for following, pushing us closer to that 1,000 follower goal. I mean, I guess we have a 1,000 subscriber goal, but we have a lot of subscribers before that. A lot of other goals. 1,000 follower goal. We're going to have a very fun stream with the 1,000 follower goal. We're gonna have a fun stream and a YouTube video, a fun YouTube video based on it. Yeah. All right, that's it for me. Should I go back and fix the Rust? I'm actually pretty tired. I've been streaming for a while. It's almost 4. I don't have time to do the Rust. We've got to raid somebody, show them some support, and call it good for today. I'm sorry that, yeah. I'm sorry. But we've got a lot of stuff happening next week, so be sure to stay tuned. Next week, we have a huge database day. Friday, database day. Can't stress. It would mean a lot for me if you showed up, but it should be really, really interesting. Do we have a smaller streamer? We could do RWX Rob. He's doing some Go stuff. Is there a smaller streamer that we should raid and show some love to? That's doing some awesome work. Also, thanks for the follows. You guys are legendary. Absolute legendary. Do we see, none of the ones that I have vetted right now are on. Let's do RWX Rob. Good comments on Go if you like Go. If you don't like Go, you could still learn a lot from him on Go. So let's go raid RWX Rob. Thank you everybody for joining me. I super appreciate the support, super appreciate the follows. We're up to 512. That's a legendary follow number. Have yourselves a fantastic weekend, and I will see you guys next week.